Could I get a roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember Narenheim absent. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Kelajedovich.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji absent. Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Do we have any blue folder items?
I now for closed session.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji is here for the record.
Nobody did last call in the
Okay,
hallway.
any public communications on non-agenda items related to the closed session or other non-agenda items?
No, and we do not have any Zoom attendees, and there are no e-comments for closed session.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to read off what we'll be discussing in closed session?
Yes, as authorized by the government code, is listed on the published agenda. The following items will be discussed in closed session. Items F1 and F2 under the title Conference with the Real Property Negotiator. For item F1, the property is 230 Portofino Way, a portion of APN 7503-029-903. For item F2, the property is 422 South PCH, APN 7508-020-026. For item F3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated potential litigation. There are two potential cases. Items F4 through F11 are under the title Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. For item F4, the name of the case is 9300 Wilshire LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development, and those 1 through 100 inclusive. Case number 23-STCP-02189. For item F5, the name of the case is City of Redondo Beach et al. Versus California State Water Resources Control Board. Case number 20-STCP-03193. For item F6, the name of the case is New Community DTLA LLC and Leonid Postonikov versus City of Redondo Beach and City Council of the City of Redondo Beach. Case number 22-TRCP-00203. For item F7, the name of the case is New Community DTLA LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development et al. Case number 23-STCP-00426. For item F8, the name of the case is New Community DTLA LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, and those 1 through 100 inclusive. Case number 23-STC-V10146. For item F9, the name of the case is in regards to 9300 Wilshire LLC. Bankruptcy City Cal case number 223-BK-10918-ER. For item F10, the name of the case is Yes in My Backyard, a California nonprofit corporation, Sandra Traus, an individual, versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development, and those 1 through 25 inclusive. Case number 23-TRCP-00325. And for item F11, the name of the case is Philip Mack versus City of Redondo Beach, and those 1 through 20 inclusive. Case number 24-TRCB03382. Thank you.
Thank you. If you could let the record show that we were joined by Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you.
City Manager Witsansky, and who's going to be speaking to these items?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. For all items this evening, myself and Assistant City Attorney Cheryl Park. For item F1, half of F3, and F4 through F11, we will be joined by City Attorney Mike Webb. For item F1, we will also have Greg Kapovich, our Waterfront and Economic Development Director. For item F2, we will have Mark Weiner, our Community Development Director, and Public Works Director, Andy Wingy. For item F3, we will also have Mark Weiner and Andy Wingy, as well as Planning Manager Sean Scully. For items F4 through F10, we will be joined by Janetta Giovinco, outside legal counsel, as well as Diana Verrett, also outside legal counsel, and we will have both Mark Weiner and Sean Scully for those items as well. For item F11, we will have Diana Strickfadden, our Human Resources Director.
Okay, thank you. With that, could I get a motion to adjourn to closed session?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion second, all for it?
Aye.
Okay, we will see you on or about 6 o'clock to wrap up on, report out on the closed session and start the open session. Thank you. Roll call, please.
There we go. Councilmember Nierenheim. Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Kaludjetovic.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
And Councilman Nierenheim.
Here.
And Mayor Light. Thank you.
Here. Okay, any city manager Wojciechowski, anything to report from closed session?
Yes, one item this evening, Mayor, under the matter listed on F11, the council unanimously authorized the city attorney to defend the city in the matter.
Okay, thank you. You don't have to read off anything from our, okay. So with that, I'll take a motion to adjourn the closed session and,
So moved.
Second.
okay, motion a second, all for it?
Aye.
Okay. With that, I will call to order a meeting of the open session of the city council. Could I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Kaludjetovic.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
And Mayor Light.
Yes, here. Thank you. If we have any veterans or active duty military in the audience, would you please stand to be recognized for your service? Nobody. Okay. Just me. With that, I'd like you all to rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I'd like to call up Isabel, who will lead us in the pledge. So Isabel, the floor is all yours.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Isabel. I'm a fourth grader at Jefferson Elementary School. My favorite subject is social studies. I love playing with the beach soccer club in Redondo Beach. Please put your hand over your heart and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And I ask you to keep standing for a moment of silent invocation, please. Okay, you may be seated. Isabel, thank you for leading the pledge. Come on up and get a picture with us. Well done. I love your necklace, too.
Nicely done. Nice pen.
And don't forget Scott, he'll feel left.
Good job.
Thank you, Isabel. And thanks for Isabel gave me a bat, so I'm very honored.
Trick or treats.
Okay, we have no presentations tonight or proclamations. We'll go to announcements. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Yeah, I got actually a bunch of things to quickly go over. This was an exciting weekend in Redondo, especially in my district, Riviera Village. We had a Halloween concert in the Riviera Village. It went off really well. I was down there on Sunday, walked by on Saturday after another event, and I really want to thank the event organizer and everyone that worked on it, city staff that worked on it. It was very well received by the community that was down there. Everyone was really happy to see someone, Richard Blade from K-Rock from 1980s, 1990s. It's really cool to see someone like that and Dramarama and Muchie's big bands. Great crowd as well. I was only there on Saturday for a few minutes because beforehand I went to the domestic violence awareness event held at 7 o'clock down here at the City Hall at the police department. And I just want to say, thanks to the police department, Kyle Lofstrom, I think he's one who maybe organized it all, and the whole police team, the city attorney's office, prosecutor that was there, Melanie, spoke about her duties as a prosecutor in dealing with this. And, our community really does care overall, and it's so heartwarming to see the amount of volunteering and care for something like domestic violence and the services that we give out as a whole. So it was really cool to see. And of course, I want to thank the school district. Mr. You were there. I saw a bunch of people. I saw Rolf there. Byung, who else was that? That was it. Anyways, the school district, the high school had a choir there and some music. And to see the high school kids singing and doing the music was really cool. This week, we have an event called the Halloween Spectacular in the Riviera Village. Our police and fire will be down there. The street we blocked off on Catalina. Come on down, no matter what age you are, costume or not. It is an amazing event. Every year it just seems to be getting bigger and bigger. I think last year was a point in time with almost standing room only. It's just thousands of people in the afternoon, like 2 to 4, 2 to 7, or 3 to 4, 3 to 7, right in there. Go down at 3 o'clock, and then before the sun really sets. And it's businesses are giving away free candy, and businesses having events. Make some reservations. And the Riviera bid pays for the whole thing. They pay for the parking. They pay for the safety aspect. So that's really cool. I want to thank the Business Improvement District down there that pays for that. And then, of course, this weekend, Jeff Ginsburg reminded me, Keep That Small Beautiful. They got their first Saturday sweep this weekend. Come on down, Avenue I, keeping the Esplanade beautiful, doing all the good work they do. So that is a great thing. Thank you. So I think that is it. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, just one quick announcement. We had a community meeting last night for District 2, also known as the Public Safety Town Hall. So I want to thank Fire Chief Pat Butler and Police Chief Joe Hoffman for being there. Lots of great information, not only on the status of public safety in Redondo Beach, but also Measure FP. So thank you for being there. Appreciate it. We'll have a community meeting towards the 3rd or 4th week before Thanksgiving, of course, for November for District 2. Thank you.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Yeah, just some quick updates. I attended the Cal Cities Conference, learning a lot along with some other members here, addressing homelessness, fentanyl, leadership, effective government. There was the Skechers Walk. That was awesome. Always good to see, and so much money donated to our schools. We participated in a climate resiliency and neighborhood center discussion. Mayor Bass was here, Supervisor Barger, and some other members just discussing climate resiliency as well as our homeless response. And also, I wanted to give a big shout out. This morning, we did a crossing guard appreciation, and it was so great to see all of the crossing guards there. And what's specific about it is we all identify as, that's my crossing guard. So I got to take a picture with my crossing guard and give him a big hug. Sets the tone for the day for our kids, but also us adults going about our business. I will have a District 3 meeting this Saturday online at 9:30. We'll be discussing all ballot measures, any questions you have, as well as updates at council. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
All right, thanks, Mayor. I want to give a shout out to the fire rescue team that saved 2 paddle boarders yesterday in the high winds and high waves. Got them off the rocks, probably saved their lives. Thanks for your great service. And we put a Measure FP on the ballot to ensure we continue to retain and recruit the best qualified firefighters and water rescue staff. So I will announce to the council about a decision at the South Bay Council of Governments. At the last directors meeting, the council voted about 9-6 to not move forward with the Inglewood Transit Connector Project, which is about $2.2 billion for 1.6 miles to get people from the metro stop to the stadium and the like. I did vote in favor of it, but I joined Supervisor Hahn in person, Supervisor Mitchell's staff, Mayor James Butts, and other cities, but there wasn't sufficient support. And so now Inglewood is looking at alternatives, including a dedicated bus lane to service getting people from the metro to the stadiums and the entertainment district without sludging through traffic. So that's it for now. Thanks.
Councilmember Barron.
Thank you, Mayor. I did want to announce we are going to have the document shredding and household hazardous waste disposal event. It's going to be this Saturday, November 2nd at the Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center, 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. You could get more information about it on the city website and in my most recent community newsletter. So thank you, Redondo Beach Public Works and Athens Services for putting on this good event.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Light, I forgot to ask one thing, if I may.
Sure.
I went to the Cal Cities event as well, something that we have to report when we go to these events, and that was down in Long Beach was that last week? It was last week, Thursday, Friday, Wednesday, Thursday I went. So it was a great event. Saw everyone from across the state, attended many of the sessions and seminars, and so, yeah, it was awesome.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, I wanted to commend, our Harbor Patrol and Fire Department for the rescue as well. That was great save on the outside of the break wall. I don't understand why anybody would rent SUPs to somebody when there's a small craft advisory, but they did, and had a swimmer go in the water and actually pull people out. So great rescue. On top of that, I got a lot of kudos from the public for proactively the Harbor Patrol was going out and warning people about the winds coming up and the proactive closing of Yacht Club Way, so that the yacht club and the people who are out on the end of the end of Mole were precluded from exposing themselves from danger. So, the proactive response to that, I think, was well appreciated in the boating community. Also wanted to highlight, some of you brought up some topics on it, but we have recently got a lot of recognition for our homeless program. We just, as Council Member Kalajerovich just indicated, we just had our climate resilience meeting with the South Bay Council of Governments, and our program was highlighted in there several times. Down at the Cal Cities, we had our City Attorney Mike Webb and Joy Ford were part of a seminar. Mike led it on our experiences with homeless, and a couple other cities chimed in as well. We've recently had articles in LA Times and the Easy Reader, and the Chamber recognized Mike Webb as Man of the Year. So congratulations, Mike. And our own city recognized our staff related to homelessness as well. First time I think they gave a group award for the city person or people of the year. So, and tomorrow, the fun doesn't stop. Tomorrow we'll be getting our Functional Zero Award from the South Bay COG. First city in South Bay to get that. So well done, and I applaud your team, Mike.
First city in the county.
First city in the county, yes. And Mayor Bass is jealous of that, right? Anyway, thanks for all you guys do. I really appreciate it. Okay, with that, we'll jump down to item G. Any blue folder items?
Yes. Let's see, for H15, it's the agreement with Pro Document Solutions for the March 4th general municipal election, print and mail services, revisions to the contract. And then J1 for non-agenda items, public communications. And then L1, which is the public hearing for the general plan elements, public communications. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, can I get a motion to receive and file?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all for it?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, consent calendar. Does any member of the council wish to pull anything from the consent calendar? Councilmember Narenheim?
Yeah, I'll pull item H10, please.
H10? Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Kalajerovich?
H14.
Councilmember Obaji?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Barrett?
No, thank you.
Let me see real quick. I'd like to pull H5 myself.
Which one? Mayor, which one?
I'm sorry?
H5?
H5.
Sorry, didn't hear that. Okay.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve all those except H5, H10, and H14?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all for it?
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry. Rescind that. Any member of the public wish to address items, any of the items not pulled from the consent calendar? And again, we pulled H5, H10, and H14. So if you want to speak on any of the other ones before we revote, we'll take your public input. Nobody in the audience, anybody online?
I have two people. Okay, let's see. Mark Nelson.
Mark, did you
No,
want
I'm
to?
sorry. No, I'm sorry. It's not for this item.
Okay, thank you.
Someone's Mark.
Anybody else?
Okay, let's see here. I don't know, I have two. Okay. Mark Hanson.
Mark Hanson, you wanted to speak on something other than H5, H10, or H14?
Yes, H9, thank you, Mayor, City Council, and staff. Mark Hanson, King Harbor Boater. I want to rise in strong support of H9. This is a very well thought out proposal to accommodate the much needed training. Our Harbor Patrol officers are absolutely great guys. I talked to them, they love getting the training to be able to do their job even better. And this seems very well thought out in terms of giving us flexibility to be able to get them their training when it becomes available. Different items had different time constraints on it. I could tell this was just very well thought out. And we all know, with the advent of a public boat ramp in the future, there's going to be a lot more demands on our guys. And I think it's just super smart to give them the ability to get all the training that we can get them to help keep our boating and harbor community safe. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
That concludes e-comments and Zoom.
Okay, taking into account that last testimony, all four?
Aye.
Okay, unanimous.
Okay, so H8, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2410-102, a resolution of City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, approving the suspension of preferential parking hours in the Vincent and Vincent II preferential parking districts on November 1st, 2024. H9, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2410-103, a resolution of City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, amending the official book of class specifications to update the job specification for the position of Deputy Harbor Master Boat Captain. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, going to the items pulled, I pulled H5. I did want to highlight, we've had, well, first off, we are working towards a system where we can see all the attendees or non-attendees, not just the excused and unexcused absences. So I think we're intending to have that online by the next month. I know that we've been working with Luke and Eleanor and Mike. And my understanding is we got the form set up, but we're doing the final, how do we do reporting and how do we finally put it online? So I'm looking forward to that system where we can see this on a more regular basis and with more detail. There is one person on the list. I don't know that we should approve the absence. This person has missed more meetings than he attended for the last 3 years. And I am looking into it. I tried to give him a call several times today and got no response. So I am contemplating coming forward to the council with a recommendation to pull this person from the commission if he can't put in the time. Without, I'm not denigrating him. We all have busy lives. If he can't commit the time, though, there's other people in the community who would like to contribute. So don't be surprised if when I get back from Japan, you see an item on the mayor's items. So with that.
Before we do, if I'm part of my interruption, Mayor, thanks for pulling this item. The first point you raised has to do with commissioners who are absent.
Yes.
And don't ask to be excused.
Correct.
And it sounds like with the help of the city manager and Luke, we'll have that information.
That's correct.
Which could be helpful. Okay, thank you.
And beyond that, we'll see which meetings were canceled, and if it was driven by absentees, we'll know who were the absentees, so.
I think it's a good idea for the reasons you've spearheaded all year long about consolidating and bringing efficiency and more public participation to our commissions and committees. So thank you for doing that.
Well, Well, we've all been asking for it, so I'm pleased that staff is moving forward with it.
Just to put a little bit of context to that, the idea is that liaisons in real time at the commission meetings will be filling out an online matrix that will keep accurate data. We won't have to wait for minutes to be published retrospectively for us to know who was and wasn't in attendance. That's the basic premise.
And we'll have access, but not authorship, so.
Correct.
So we can pull it up anytime. So with that, I'd ask you to consider not excusing the member, Mr. Gupta.
Have you confirmed that there were actual absences? I know sometimes
Yes,
we get incorrect data, no one's fault, but yes.
yes.
And
Both of these absences were requested the same day as the meeting, so no advance warning or, which, you understand those come up once in a while, but when it's a repeated pattern.
Motion excuse all absences except for Mr. Gupta's.
Not to belittle this, but I know he's an emergency room doctor, I believe, right? So that might play into it. So I don't know if you've had a discussion with him or not about it.
I've tried calling him several times today, and I'll continue to.
I'll second the motion because we can always come back and approve it, except at a later date. I would like to know, because I really do support Councilmember Kalijarovich and Councilmember Barron, the initiative you guys are taking regarding attendance and why and tracking and recording. And we have a lot of volunteers out there, and I want to make sure that their time is where other people's times are, we hold that valuable, because time is, you don't get it back. So utilize the volunteers as such.
Okay, motion and a second before Councilmember Barron.
yeah, pardon the interruption. I'd like this person to have an opportunity to be excused if he's whomever he is, or for any commission member, emergency room doctor or otherwise. I'd like to hear about that. So if we can retroactively excuse at that time, I'd like to know that.
I can bring the person's name back.
Okay.
Well, I can once I talk to him.
No.
Yeah, let's do that. So with that, I'm okay with your motion.
Okay, any member of the public wish to address this item before we vote on it? Anybody online?
No, not line, no e-comments.
Okay, all for?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay. Next one is H10, Councilmember Narenheim, you pulled that one? So
Yeah,
you've
I've got the
floor.
fire chief. So item H10 is a purchase of a 32-foot Seaway. It's a boat, fire boat, so everyone knows that this is built 1972, 52-year-old boat, so 74, excuse me, 50-year-old boat. Chief, I got a bunch of questions on this, and a lot of concerns on this. We don't have much money in the Tidelands. This is an old wooden boat. It's 50 years old. I know where it's coming from. I know the history of it, and I'll get into that later. But I'd like to hear from you first regarding, us purchasing this used vessel.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Madam Clerk. Patrick Butler, Fire Chief. And just a little background, about a year ago, I started having a discussion with the Harbor Patrol staff, who are all here today. And actually the boat captain that effected that rescue, Captain Chad Smith, is here tonight as well. So about a year ago, I started having discussions with him about, hey, we got a lot going on in the future regarding public ramp. We're gonna have to look at replacing a boat, and the current platform doesn't really work best for us. And it takes about 3 or 4 years to build one, and they're cost prohibitive. So we started thinking about what would be a good option. We actually came across this because we were looking at a crystal liner, which is similar to what we operate now on our frontline boat. And that owner said, look, this one's not really designed for what you want, but I know someone, I captain a boat that's a former Baywatch vessel. And so with that, we started. This idea is the troops. This is something that the troops brought up. It's the shop floor, I call it. It was their idea, it was their research. They went out and sea trialed it. It's a 50-year-old boat. LA County Lifeguard, it's a former county lifeguard boat. They currently have 6 of the sister ships to this boat in service today. Those are over 40 years old, and that's what their frontline platform is. We did a lot of research. Fiberglass over marine grade plywood is their preference. It's the preference in a lot of these rough water boats, and they're easier to do hull maintenance. For example, I spoke to Chief O'Connell from the county, who gave us a real good background on this boat. But he said, look, we ran one of these recently into an object, had major hull damage. And because of fiberglass over wood, it's gonna be back in service in a few months. In all fiberglass boat, it would compromise the structure. So with that, we looked into it and we did a full boat survey down in Newport Beach. We did an engine survey. We did a sea trial. Those were all uploaded to the file here. Third party, they looked at it and said, look, it's got great maintenance. Sure, there's some things we can do to fix it. But overall, he says this boat lasts another 20 years. Now, the current fleet in the county, they don't have a replacement down the horizon. They're looking, if we could piggyback on them, we would, but they're looking at a tune of $4 million to replace their fleet. So we went forward and looking at it, the way we look at it, it's, of course, we're advancing the money on the Boston Whaler. The Boston Whaler was bought on a partial grant. It's not really designed for the type of work we do. In fact, Captain Smith will tell you that, you know, it's a challenge, and it's like the report says, it's not ideal. So 50-year-old boat. You know, I came from the Los Angeles Fire Department. We had a boat that went in service in 1925 and stayed in service for 75 years. So older vessels are actually better built. And I have a background in marine firefighting. I was a captain of Fireboat 2. I oversaw the entire fleet of fireboats in Los Angeles. I oversaw the fleet of 500 fire trucks. And prior to being a firefighter, I built race motors, and I'm an engine machinist. And I've owned sport fishing boats with twin diesels, and I've owned boats with gas, and they both have their pros and cons. So that's kind of how this started. I think the opportunities here is that we can get a good boat, put it in service, have immediate service to it, and save money. And I think it's, you know, I was talking to City Manager Mike here. I said, probably our next boat down the road will probably be grant funded. You know, at some point, the next boat we buy in the $3 million range will probably hopefully be grant. But that's the background. I have the staff here. They can kind of get into the granular details, but that's kind of what we looked at. It's an opportunity. It probably sounds too good to be true in the report, but those are fair questions you ask, and I had the same concerns.
Can you address diesel versus gas?
Yes, so I've owned both, and like I say, I come from a background of building engines. I mean, that's kind of my wheelhouse. And so they both have pros and cons. For the type of work we do, we idle, short distance, not long hauls. Sometimes if we need to get out of the harbor, a gas engine is a lot faster. It takes a while for a diesel to spool up. It's got a turbo. They run at low RPMs. If you're gonna do long hauls, like I ran 2 sport fishing boats to Cabo, I'd never do it in a gas motor, okay? But for a short and this type of mission, definitely. And if we're gonna idle a diesel, it's dangerous because you're gonna have to replace it. And in Los Angeles, we had to replace engines in a couple of our fireboats because we would idle them all day long. I can get into the specifics of what a diesel does and how it works, but they basically work off something called adiabatic compression. It basically needs heat. There's all these things. Bottom line is, I'm a fan of both. I've owned both, but I think for this mission, a gas engine is best.
So I appreciate that answer, Chief. What are the mission parameters of the Harbor Patrol right now? I mean, we're looking at moving the Harbor Patrol to a different mission, different status. I'm seeing this vessel. It's a large vessel.
Yeah.
What we do in the harbor, this boat was designed and built for outside of the harbor. It was designed and built to be outside of the break wall in rough seas.
That's correct, 100% correct.
It's not built to be motoring around inside the small slips doing the activity and work that we do inside the harbor.
Yes.
Totally different mission parameters.
Oh, absolutely,
Accomplishments.
100%.
So, looking at this boat, we might be buying it for $77,000, including tax. We're putting another $80,000 into it, which makes it $156,000, $157,000 in total costs.
That's correct.
I'm looking, I'm hearing your answer regarding diesel versus gas, and you're right we're doing a lot of idling. If we're doing a lot of idling, this is not the boat that we need to be dealing with inside the harbor of this size.
That's correct.
Correct. Okay, so.
But I can give you, the reason we're looking at it is because we're the only, I was talking to the Baywatch folks, we're the only paramedic rescue boat in the 385 square miles of the Santa Monica Bay. And many of our outside the water, which is probably most of our, like even yesterday's, requires us to get out there and rescue folks that may have started their trip in Redondo, but also if they hail us on 16, like the other night, we had a vessel into a cove off Palos Verdes, we went out there. The platform to save people's lives is better served on this boat. And so if you're talking from life safety and saving lives, we have the auto pulse, we have paramedics. The Seaway platform's by far superior than our Crystal Liner. If we're gonna do inside the harbor patrols, we'll definitely use the Crystal Liner. It's smaller.
How big is the Crystal Liner?
Now, Crystal Liner is 30 feet, and it's a little bit narrow on the beam.
So we're gonna have two 30-foot boats in the harbor, and we're gonna get rid of the Boston Whaler.
The Boston Whaler, our plan is to send it to sealed bid.
Yeah, so as I went through the Harbor Commission agendas, I didn't see this on the Harbor Commission agendas.
No, it has not been on it.
Yeah. So I know the long history of this boat. I got asked, you're not trying to change the Redondo Beach Fire Department to LA City Fire Department, right?
No, sir, I wouldn't do that. We're far better.
And the reason why I asked that is because this boat actually started as an LA City fire boat, or LA City boat, I should say.
Wow.
So it was an LA City boat, and then when county took over city service, that's actually when they all the boats were gasoline, and they converted all of them except for this one because it was too small. They couldn't be able to do it. It's too expensive. Again, going back to mission parameters, this boat did not accomplish what they needed to accomplish, and it sat around for a very long time in the harbor unused. And the maintenance on an older boat such as this, on a wood fiberglass boat with gasoline internals, is tremendously more than a diesel.
That's incorrect.
Well, actually, I talked around to a lot of mechanics and boat captains on this because there's a lot of differences on the year-over-year maintenance. And so I'm concerned that this year is $80,000. We're gonna have to haul this boat out every single year. It's gonna cost anywhere between $10,000 and $20,000 to haul it out, do a check all the way through mechanical. There's a lot of mechanical on the gasoline side. We have to check that you don't have to do on the diesel. But at the end of the day, we're buying a vessel that has had a lot of work done to it. We're putting in a lot of work to it. And I don't see the value for us right now when we don't have this much money in the pool, kiddie pool budget with $250,000 in Tidelands funds, and we're taking $157,000 out. And I know when we bought the police department boat for $115,000, That boat has had its share of significant upgrades and maintenance issues, outboard motors and upgrades. We in Redondo have an armada of different vessels, from sailing to power to the police, fire. What have you looked at for the anticipated maintenance costs and long-term maintenance for a vessel of this type? Because, you know, gasoline this boat is going to require a much different schedule.
Yeah, every year there's money set aside for maintenance. Like currently the crystaliner is getting hauled out, upgraded. So every year we have money in the budget to do that. Based on the sea trial and the survey on it, it doesn't have any immediate glaring issues. Honestly, I don't see any major expenses. The engines, the oil came back good. But also to kind of make it clear, this is a policy option for the council to decide. I'm providing just some information on it. So it's a policy decision for the council.
Yeah, I want to get input from the Harbor Commission. I mean, when we bought the last boat, very quickly, it was in these very given set of circumstances. And the last time we bought a boat like this on a good deal, a great deal, we had to do a lot of work thereafter. It's cost us a significant amount of money, and we did not get input from the Harbor Commission. And when I hear that everyone's been looking at this boat for a while, it's been on, just so everyone knows, this boat has been for sale for a long time. Private individual bought it in Newport Beach and has been using it as a charter, thank you, for a while. And he spent a lot of money on this particular boat to get it to his standards. So I really want the Harbor Commission to have an input on
We can
this.
take it back to them.
I see other vessels out there. You know, Metal Shark came up as I was talking to people about this. It's all aluminum boats. It's like kind of like the vessel that we have, to have some consistency across what we have already in the police department, that type of boat. And, you know, looking at more options for grants, especially when we have very little. A 50-year-old boat, as a boat owner, as someone who's gotten a free boat and a boat that's too good to be true, you know, there's a reason, you know, and boats are expensive. And
Two of them.
yeah, and I want to be very careful with this purchase, very, very careful. And I see the value for it. I'm totally believe in this boat maker. I understand it. I know the lifeguards love their seaways. And the reason why they're keeping them around is they are great boats, but they're also diesel boats, and they also are for the open seas. We're not doing open seas. I want to understand the better mission parameters here of what we're buying this vessel for. If we're going around in the harbor, like Avalon does, they have much smaller boats that they're puttering around with. The maintenance costs are lower, fuel consumption is lower, the cost to run everything is much lower. It's easier to train on an outboard style vessel. And I think we're going to have, I'd like to see a better discussion on this rather than just raid the kitty on the tidelands. Okay. Thank you.
So, I mean, not to totally counter you, I agree with the chief's assessment on gas versus diesel. And the current boat we're replacing is gas with 2 outboards, which are hazardous when you're doing rescue operations with people in the water. It also has, if you followed the report, it's already got the structure for towing. 2 bollards out of the 4 have snapped off. And I believe I read there's a safety concern with the way the line reels through that structure.
Yeah, the current boat, I mean, really, from looking at it, I didn't mean to interrupt that, is the current boat, train of thought here is, it's just not the right platform.
It's a fire boat. It's not a water rescue boat. And in fact, this rescue that you just did, you pulled the people out of the water on the Baywatch boat because it's safer to pull them out off a swim step than off the side of a boat that's rocking. And
The stern.
you know, I think this is coming from the people who will be using it. So, you know, they know how constrained Basin 3 is. And I know Baywatch pulled my boat in when the motor quit. They pulled my boat into a slip-on-X dock, so they didn't have trouble maneuvering around. They got around, and these guys know how to handle boats, so I don't see that as a big deal. My sailboat's 19, it's older than this, and it's still going strong. So there's a lot of boats out there that are this age. If you take care of them, they do well.
If you take care of them properly, right? And we don't have a maintenance schedule for a boat such as this. We've never handled a boat like this. And so before we're jumping overboard into this boat, I want to make sure that we do have a full understanding of what we're getting into. I saw the report, the marine survey on this, but you know, it looks good, but a lot of things always look good before you actually pull the trigger. We're going to be left with very little in the Tidelands Fund. The Tidelands Fund is extremely impacted.
The Tidelands Fund.
It is coming from Tidelands Fund.
It's coming from the Vehicle Replacement Fund.
It's vehicle replacement. But ultimately, the money the money is reserved in the vehicle replacement fund, but its origin is the Tidelands Fund.
It'll eventually come from the Tidelands Fund.
Yeah.
Well, it has, so it's a boat that has been, over time, through our replacement schedule, has been accruing funds to an identified account that have been allocated and charged to the Tidelands through the ISF program. And we now have a current balance associated with this particular vessel. I think it's $250,000 and change. And we would then be appropriating the money from that holding account, if you will, into the budget for immediate expenditure. That's the action you'd be taking tonight with the budget resolution.
And if
So
I read the report right, we'd actually be able to turn some money back into the.
we would do that at
As we
mid-year
retire
through our traditional ISF program. We wouldn't take that action now as part of the resolution. We would do true up at mid-year, but that is the expectation down the road, is assuming this is a purchase that's supported by the council.
There's a lot of interest in the whaler by, non-fire department personnel, but I think the whaler will, the current boat, the Boston whaler, could fetch a fair amount of money through a sealed bid process that would, potentially offset this cost. In fact, there's a gentleman in the harbor that said when it comes available in sealed bid that, I'll pay you guys 55 grand for it. And I said, well, there's going to be an entire process for it. But so I think there'll be an opportunity to offset some of that cost. Like I say, this is driven by the boots on the ground. I certainly wasn't out looking in boat trader magazines for this boat, but when we came across it, I think it's a great opportunity. I think it'll serve the city well. I think it'll save the VRF money in the long term. And also it'll just be better for the public safety of our harbor. And, of course, we try to stay within the harbor, but when someone hails an emergency on Channel 16, these members, and I support 100%, they don't stop at they're gonna go out and save a life. And with that, if they're gonna go out in the open ocean.
Chief, all this sounds great, but what I'm asking for is more input. There's a lot of other boats out there and newer vessels that create the same platform, far lower overall maintenance and price overall. And the last time we did something like this at the council level, just like this, without going through the Harbor Commission, the police boat is the perfect example. We have, it's been a significant maintenance upkeep, huge maintenance upkeep, and it's been out of the water tremendously, by tremendous amount, excuse me. And I really want to get the input of the Harbor Patrol because.
Harbor Patrol's here.
No, it's not Harbor Commission, because it is, like I said, the last time we did this, it didn't turn out so well for us.
I think we got to know some other folks. Councilmember Obaji.
Chief, I want to thank you and the Harbor Patrol staff that found this boat. It seems like a very good deal. Just to let people know that the staff report provides that they should get about $50,000 to $75,000 for their whaler. This has a net cost of $156,000. That means it's a gross cost. That means it'll be a net cost of $75,000 to get a boat that serves public safety and public rescue much better, and would have helped out a lot yesterday. So you wouldn't have to use a county Baywatch boat. So With that, motion approved.
We have a second.
I'll second it and also just commend Councilmember Aaronheim for raising these valid points. So I'm going to second that motion
And
nonetheless.
before we go on, Councilmember Lawrence. do you
Yeah,
have your-
I'm not going to go into a lot of detail, first of all, because I don't know a lot about boats. That's the first thing, not even to be dangerous. I do remember the police boat last time, and we were rushed to get it. And which is why I think it would not be a bad idea for us to go to the Harbor Commission for one meeting, say, what do you think of this? Because there's a lot of voters on the Harbor Commission that know boats really well. And I think we've got the luxury of time on this. The one question I have for you is,
Yeah, the current owner, we have basically a handshake that will hold until December 1st.
yeah, till December, so we can do it maybe the November meeting?
That's not my decision.
Yeah, up to whoever plans the agenda.
Then it has to come back here.
Yeah.
Can we?
Harbor Commission meets the first Monday of the month.
Yeah, we can come back here in November.
Yeah, they're not having a November
No, it's
meeting.
a 4/5 vote.
They're not having a November meeting?
Yeah, because it's on Veterans Day.
Okay.
So I don't know if they're going to have, I don't know when their next.
This boat has been on the market for a rather long time. I'm not seeing this going away, and that was part of one of the other reasons I looked at this. I saw this boat for sale a long time ago.
I think the long-term, again, the long-term goal would be to get a grant, and this would be a bridge for us to do that. Maybe that's something we look at over the next couple of years to apply for a grant so that this can get us through the time when we get the grant for the new boat, for a substantial boat that'll last us 50 years.
Yeah, I definitely think a grant will be the next boat we get. And then for the upstaff of this boat, it's gonna be mostly electronics that are essentially fungible. We could take them from here, put them on whatever else. It's not 80,000 in cosmetics and engine. It's upgrading it with modern search and rescue equipment and all that. A high definition radar, sights and sonar. So the 80 grand isn't, we're not buying a jalopy because otherwise I wouldn't be up here telling you to buy it.
Could I just ask, if you were a former harbor commissioner, how do you feel about this purchase?
I'm all for it.
Okay.
I'm all for it.
I'm all
This
for
isn't
it,
like the
too.
police boat.
And Mayor, you're a boater?
I'm a boater.
How many
I have
boats you have?
diesel and gas. I have 2 currently, but I've owned a number through the years. I've had diesel, gas, I've had outboard. And we have gas boats now. It doesn't cost me when I haul my 35-foot trawler with it doesn't cost $20,000. It costs like 5 to 8 at most. Most of the time it just needs bottom paint, and that's 3. So, and I get it serviced every year. That's about $1,000. So I think you're blowing some of the costs out of the water, and it's been cheaper for me to maintain gas engines, because most of the fixes, first off, they're more prevalent, the parts are cheaper. The diesel, although it requires less parts change out when you do, they're far more expensive.
They're way more expensive.
Yeah.
I've owned them.
Well, just
And I
price
follow
it,
the business.
price a diesel motor versus a gas motor.
I mean, to the point of the gas and diesel, every single boat the county had were converted to diesels. This is the only one they didn't. And they got rid of it. There was a reason why they got rid of it. And so I want to be very careful moving forward from another agency that got rid of this boat, taking on another.
And like the chief
So-
said, if we were going long distance every day and every day was out in the water,
So
open water, I'd say
I'll
a
make-
diesel, but for putting around most of the mission in the harbor at idle speeds, a gas engine's has a much longer lifespan than a diesel at idle. I mean, that's one of the first things I learned in a diesel. You don't idle much. If you have a sport fisher, you get either a trolling motor or you put a different gear on there that lets it load up the engine when you're.
Yeah,
when
so
you're-
Mayor Light, I remember specifically when we did a lot of things here on the council, when we were on the Harbor Commission, you came to me multiple times and says, you should have come to the Harbor Commission. So I'll make a motion to send this back to the Harbor Commission for review and then have it come back to us pending their input.
I'll second it.
Okay. Anyone else on the council wish to speak before I go to the public?
Well, I may have a substitute to that substitute.
You got the floor.
I do. And the substitute is to approve the motion and without sending it to the Harbor Commission. That's,
Not the first
Isn't
motion.
that the first motion?
well,
We're substituting the.
Substituting the substitute.
okay, well then I'll withdraw that. I guess it is identical substantively.
Let's find out what the public comment.
Okay, can we get public comment? Thanks, Chief.
Oh, you bet.
Anyone from the public wish to address this item?
That's not why everybody's here tonight.
Anyone online?
Oh, wait a minute, okay, hold on. Mark Hansen,
I just might have pushed the button wrong. I think I'm up. Mayor, City Council, staff, Mark Hanson, King Harbor Boater. I rise in strong support of the motion before you to get the replacement Seaway boat. I have read and reread very carefully the admin report, and boy, I just agree with about every syllable written in there. As you might imagine, after 60-some years of boating in the harbor, I've both received assistance from Harbor Patrol boats, and I've been out on the Yacht Club Boston Whaler giving assistance. And I can tell you the words in there that talk about the swim step on the new boat versus the Boston Whaler. Please take that very seriously. That is a huge, huge safety issue. I'll share one quick anecdote. I was coming in off of doing race committee one day, actually in a blazer and tie, which is just a fun little tradition. And a teenager was blowing up on the rocks inside of the harbor. His main sheet system to his sail had failed. I looked at the Harbor Patrol officer. He looked at me. We knew each other very well from racing. He knew that I was very experienced with catamarans. And I says, "You want to put me on that boat?" And he said, "Yes." He spun the boat, his Harbor Patrol boat, which that one did have the swim step. I stepped on. As the mayor says, these guys are really good. He spun that boat right around, put me up against the catamaran. I hopped on. I grabbed a fistful of main sheet and powered the boat away from the rocks. I leaned over my shoulder, said, "Thanks to Harbor Patrol." He says, "Thanks to me." So that's just a great anecdote of how important it is to have that swim step versus trying to pull people over the side or through a door. And if you have a door, then the waves can be hitting you broadside coming in from there. When I look at the financial side of this, it makes a lot of sense to me. New boats are very, very expensive. This is a unique deal to be able to get this. I think it's a very cost-effective plan. Normally, you almost always hear me wanting to refer everything back to Harbor Commission. No big harm necessarily if you do that, but to tell you the truth, I can't find anything in that report for me to bring up to the Harbor Commissions to ask them to research. I think that report is done so well, and I recommend that you pretty much just take what's written there on face value. Obviously, as was mentioned by the clerk, Harbor Commission is dark for November. Even though the boat's been on the market for a while, I still got a little sense of the report that we're a little nervous that this good deal could slip through our fingers. So this would be a rare opportunity where if the fire chief and his guys want to jump on this, I'd be willing to not take it to Harbor Commission to get it, take advantage of what I think is a very smart and financially responsible
Time.
deal. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wish to address this item?
That's it, Mayor.
Okay, we have a substitute motion to send this to the Harbor Commission. I'll call the vote. All for?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
So it's a 3-2. So we go back to the original motion. And that is to follow the staff recommendation and purchase this boat.
Can I say something briefly?
Yes, you may.
We just had a strong wind advisory yesterday and it's pretty strong winds today. Seems like the winds are just going to continue to be bad or at least come and go. We're about to head into a potentially rough winter. Our firefighters, our Harbor Patrol needs this. It's great that they brought this deal of a deal to the council, and I think.
Okay, anyone else before we do the final vote? So if we vote this down, the deal's just like it doesn't come back, it's dead?
Well, we need 4/5 vote to appropriate the funds to make the purchase. So you're either going to need 4 votes or you're going to need to rethink the motion.
Okay, well, we have the motion on the floor, so all 4?
Aye.
So we have 4. Any noes?
No.
Okay, so the motion passes. Okay, thank you.
Adopt by 4/5 vote and title only resolution number CC-2410-104A. Resolution of the City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a 2024-2025 fiscal year budget modification to appropriate $756,836 from the Vehicle Replacement Fund to the Public Works Department 2024-2025 fiscal year operating budget to fund the purchase of the fire rescue boat. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next one, Councilmember Kalajerovich, you have the floor on H14.
Yes, thank you. I just have a quick request. This is for the grant writing contract. There were several things listed as items that this contractor had worked on in the past, and I would like to prioritize the enclosed shooting range as one of the items that they will be prioritizing.
I'll let comment, but I believe that's in part why we're recommending the update to this agreement. That's one of the
Fantastic.
items on the
Motion
list.
to approve H14.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. Anyone else on the council wish to address this before I turn it over to the public? Okay, anyone from the public wish to address item H14? Anybody online?
If none.
Okay, all 4.
Quick question.
Oh.
Can I do a question real quick?
Go ahead, Councilmember.
Mr. City Manager, it seems like we could spend, we have a lot of grant needs. We could spend more than 60,000. I feel like I recall a time when we budgeted $100,000 in a fiscal year for grants. Why are we kind of being pretty, slow with rolling out money for grant applications?
I wouldn't say we're being slow. This is tracking with what we set aside to start with and what we've spent to date. So this $60,000 isn't appropriating new funds. It's appropriating money that was carried over year of the original contract amount. The firm has been active for us, and in any creative new grant idea that is beyond staff's capacity, we tend to send their way. We've hit on a few, we've missed on others, particularly the big climate resiliency effort in the waterfront. That was a $37 million grant application. We weren't successful in that, neither were any other coastal agencies on the West Coast.
Will we resubmit those in the next
We
fiscal
will.
year?
We will
right?
continue to monitor cycles, and we will apply as funds become available. And we're certainly grateful for their services. They've performed well for us to date. And as we go through this resource, we'll probably be back to you as part of budget recommending more. This has been a successful partnership for us.
Okay, awesome. Good to hear. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to call the vote. All 4?
Aye.
Oh, public. I did call for public.
Yes.
comment. Yeah,
Aye.
all 4, sorry.
Aye.
Aye, we
Okay,
go to that.
unanimous. Okay, you don't have to read that one, right? Okay, we're
There's
done
nothing
with,
to read on that one.
we're done with item I. We're going to item J, public participation on non-agenda items. This section is intended to provide members of the public with the opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on this agenda for action. This section is limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the mayor and the council. And each speaker will only be permitted to speak once. I will go through cards first, but I ask you ahead of time, if you feel like you have to applaud or say something, don't applaud, don't make noise. This is you support and you really like what someone's saying, and this is you don't like what someone's saying. So I would ask you to follow through with that decorum. So far, you guys have listened to that very well, so I appreciate that. So with that, we'll start with Delia Vecchi and then Nikki Negretti Mitchell.
This is not agenda, right?
Non-agenda items, yeah.
Good evening. I am here as the voice of residents that cannot attend tonight the meeting and for myself. And regarding the presence of food trucks, there is one in very near PCH that comes every day around 4 p.m. If it has permit, because somebody in the city has no regard for the resident value of their property, destroying the quality of the neighborhood. That person should be educated and to have respect for the community. Besides that, the cities has the authority, do not allow food trucks. Example, of course, Manhattan Beach. That city does not permit food trucks on private properties, coastal zone, residential neighborhoods, open space zones, local commercial area, in one word, not at all. Now you know why Redondo Beach has the lower value of the properties in the South Bay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Nikki Negretti Mitchell, and then Brad Waller.
Hi, good evening. Nikki Negretti Mitchell, District 3. I want to thank you for the communications about the invasive drone that was contracted by Metro. I had a couple of communications sent to me. And, I was skeptical when I saw the reason given. They said it didn't have anything to do with the sea line, but I beg to differ because anything on the right-of-way, as far as Metro is concerned, would have to do with the sea line because that's their whole reason for their ownership. So there were subsequent communications that revealed a lack of transparency since the data collection was about fences and structures encroaching the right-of-way space. So 80 feet, is barely enough room to squeeze in the tracks. And then I mentioned, last time I spoke, I mentioned the 7 pipelines, and how can you have room for that? But then on what I didn't mention, and Holly knows a lot about this, and maybe she'll talk about it some more, is the fact that the trenching requires a much larger footprint. And since I'm in the trenching zone, so that is something, I'm concerned about. So my husband told me that we have a 3-foot setback in the back. And our pool is exactly 3 feet. Our wall, our cinder block, is right at the edge of the property line. And then we have our pool is like 3 feet from there. So there's barely a little space to walk between. So, that's a concern. The other thing I wanted to mention, and I was hoping Councilmember Obaji would hear this, on Kingsdale, when you're headed south and you're going to turn right on 182nd Street, the line in the middle is right in the center. And so there's room for 2 cars. So if you're going to turn left and you're going to turn right, 2 cars can go there. And it's the same. But when the buses come and they're headed west and they want to turn to go north on Kingsdale to go to the transit center, they need more room. We don't really need that much room on the other side to make a right or left. There's not that much traffic. But when the buses come around, that's really dangerous. And so a lot of times there's a holdup until maybe 3 cars can pass over the stop sign. But that's something that needs to be looked at, and I'm hoping, District 4. But thank you.
Thank you. Eleanor, we can't see your screen on our screens. So it's Brad Waller and then Laura Duke.
You see now.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I am Brad Waller from District 1 and happen to be an owner of a daily driven 57-year-old car, so I do know things can be maintained and kept up. I'm here today serving as the Vice President of Keep the Esplanade Beautiful, a local nonprofit dedicated to the beautification of the Esplanade. Thank you very much, Councilman Nierenheim, for the mention of our next cleaning event, which is Saturday, November 2nd at 9 a.m. We meet at Esplanade right at Avenue I. All supplies will be provided, and we warmly welcome anyone interested in joining us to help keep our community beautiful. I'm also thrilled to share that Keep the Esplanade Beautiful was recently named Nonprofit of the Year by the Redondo Beach Chamber of Commerce. I'd like to extend a special thank you to Scott Houston from the West Basin Waters District for recognizing our efforts and at our last mixer, which raised the most money in our history. Our success is made possible by our dedicated volunteers who commit their time to preserving the beauty of the Esplanade for present and future generations. We are always eager to welcome new volunteers, especially for roles in our community outreach, social media, and our annual mixer, as well as grants. Our sponsored sweeps program has been fantastic. Participation from groups like the Cub Scout Pack 555, the School Board, Leadership Redondo, USC alumni, B-Cities Health District, and the Rotary, who have all brought out large groups of volunteers. If you or any organization that you are involved with are interested in getting involved, please reach out through our website or email me at vp@keeptheesplanadebeautiful.com. Thank you very much for your support in helping us make a significant difference in this community.
Thank you. Okay, Laura Duke, and then Joan Irvine. And that is the last card I have.
Good evening, council and mayor and city staff. You're gone again. I want to take a minute just for, I usually don't do this, but I want to thank all of you up there right now for everything that you do, because I know you all must have normal lives, and this is actually something that you have taken on to represent your constituency, and I think it's a great thing. So thank you for working for the city and the residents of Redondo. I'm up here tonight to talk about Measure BC. With an epic slate of local measures on this ballot, the Beach Cities Health District ask of $30 million for Measure BC is an easy no. This money would be subsidizing a private developer and could move forward on overpriced and massive private elderly care facility on public land. For some history, the last time we were asked to agree to hand over our public zone property to a private interest was Measure K on Nob Hill, when surplus school property was gifted to the Kensington for 99 years. Voters said yes to the measure, not thinking about the ramifications of handing over finite public property, and swayed by the slick flyers showing an older person holding hands with a child, the implication being, if you're not a monster and you like seniors and kids, you ought to vote yes. Beach Cities Health District is using the same play, sending expensive mailers with an almost identical image. At least on Measure K, the school district didn't ask us for money for the privilege of giving away our land, like Beach Cities is with Measure BC. Our property taxes already support BCHD. They receive $5 million a year from Redondo Beach, Manhattan Beach, and Hermosa Beach property taxes, half of which goes toward executive pay. The Daily Breeze today, their editorial board, rightly pointed out that bond critics have said this measure would increase taxes in the three beach cities for 40 years, and in part why they recommended a no on BC. In my view, it's indisputable that BCHD provides good health programs. What's in question is whether their plans make fiscal sense, and especially, do they truly focus on benefiting all residents of the beach cities? The answer is no, and that should be your vote on Measure BC. Thank you.
Thank you. Joan Irvine, and that's the last card.
Joan Irvine, District 1 Mayor, City Council members, city staff, and the public who are here and watching. I'm going to be first. I want to mention that on Saturday, this Saturday from 10 to 12 at Veterans Park, there will be a women's march. And this is to coordinate with the women marches that are going on throughout the country. And it's like very, very important that we come out and voice our concern, and it's our bodies and it's our lives. And we'll also be led in song by Sharice Ray, so that she will be there getting the crowd enthused with her voice and her message. So I want to mention that. Okay, then I'll go back to my cannabis. that everybody expects. A couple of weeks ago, several community members voiced concerns about cannabis dispensaries and the potential impact of children in Redondo Beach. I want to address this by highlighting the importance of legal regulated dispensaries. And also, I've mentioned before, I come from 20 years of online child protection technology for age-restricted industries, so I know what it takes. It's far safer, and the data is showing this, that to have licensed dispensaries that are tightly controlled by city regulations and law enforcement, where no one under 21 is allowed. It's a much better option than what we currently have. We have an illegal market that's selling to kids. They don't know what they're getting. It's unregulated, it's untested. And in fact, I was talking to somebody I know and he lives down in OC, and he said he talked to his kids about drugs, and he goes, where are the kids getting it? And he goes, Dad, you're picking me up from school, going from school through the parking lot to your car. I was approached twice by students selling drugs. So the kids they're not getting it from the dispensaries. They're getting it from illegal people who are selling it. They're getting it from the other students. They're getting it from their parents. I mean, the kids that you hear them get the gummies and this and that, where are they getting it from? So it's not the legal marketplace. And also the report that I mentioned, which was questioned, was from, and I did a receive and file on June 24th of this year, that in April 23rd, there was a report, comprehensive study published by JAMA, the Journal of American Medical Association, their pediatrics, reinforcing that they analyzed the data from over 1 million teens across 47 states, and they said legalizing cannabis and establishing legal licensed dispensaries is associated with reduced usage rates among teenagers. So please be aware of that, and if you want additional information, I'll be very happy to provide it, but please, as we're going forward, take a look at it for what it is. It's a legal industry that helps many people, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bob, I did get 2 more cards. So you're preempted. Let's see, Holly Osborne, and then Monica Sua. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right.
Holly Osborne, District 5. I want to add something about the drones because they are monitoring for fences and walls that they are perceiving as encroachments, and I have that in writing. But a lot of us also believe that they are looking to expand and take slices of property because the row is not wide enough. And this last option that they picked, the hybrid row, actually, as Nikki mentioned, has a wider footprint. The first option, the basic row didn't require as wide a footprint, but this one does, especially like when it's in the trench position. And they really didn't have enough room before, so I'm sure they don't have enough room now. And again, I mentioned another time when they told a Redondo resident that her stuff was on the row when it wasn't. They had to hire their own surveyor to prove that it was on their property. And so I have long questioned their drawings and their surveying accuracy. I use a yardstick, but sometimes I'm more accurate. So I'm just asking you to please be conscious of that. I wish you could find out when they are doing their drone activity. Okay, that's it.
Okay, thank you.
I still got a minute. If you've all read the newspapers about all the geologists up in PV, going with all their landslide problems, we've had problems with sinkholes and stuff on the row, and I wish you'd get a recommendation on a good geologist if you don't have one, now that they're all down here. Thank you.
Thank you. Monica Sua, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, so my apologies in advance.
No worries. Thank you. Good evening, council members and mayor and and the public. I'm Monica Sua, Chief Finance Officer at the district. I want to correct a statement that was done earlier by the public saying that the bond, I'm not here to advocate for the bond. I'm not allowed to do that. But I want to correct statements when they're called out like that. There's no developer part of this $30 million bond, nothing. There is the 30 million is for the demo, is for the 9 million to complete the alcove construction and sustainability. And the 8 million is for the demolition. The 7 million is for the open space and the connections. And the 6 million is for the parking. There is no developer in this case. While we like to do the development, and we want to do that going forward so that we can save and continue providing free services, that's something different. It has nothing to do with the bond. The bond is going to support to finalize the construction of the ALCO, increase the sustainability to make it a green building and address the environment. And the rest is for the demolition of the building, which I just said. So I just wanted to correct that statement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. If I could quote from the editorial from the Daily Breeze recommending a no vote on BC, we think that there will be dubious benefits for the citizens who proponents are proposing to tax, and we recommend that they vote no on BC. The BCHD should go back to the drawing board, develop a broadly supported plan for the property, and do what they can with the funds they have in the meantime. Local bond critics note that BC would increase the tax levy on residents of the 3 beach cities for the next 40 years. For up to 40 years. For a super worthwhile project serving the health needs of the beach cities, maybe, but BC is not that and deserves a no vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wish to address City Council at this time? Just come on down. Non-agenda items.
Good evening, Mayor, and Council, and the staff. Byung Cho, proud resident of Redondo Beach and proudly serving on the school board of finest school district in the LA County. Our high school, again, one of the finest high schools around, will be hosting homecoming this Saturday. And we'd like to just thank the City Council for giving us a bit of relief on people that are participating in homecoming activities, and we are all invited. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And the game is on Friday evening, correct?
Game is Friday evening. I'm so sorry. Okay. Thanks for
7 p.m.
correcting me, Mr. Lowenstein.
Any other member of the public wish to address the council on non-agenda items? Okay, anybody online?
Yes, I have. Okay, where'd they go? Here we go. Mark Nelson.
Thank you. I would just like to clarify that according to Kane Brothers, the investment bankers that were hired by Beach Cities, that the transaction structure for the lease does in fact include tenant, and that would be PMB LLC right now. So the private developer that will be developing the assisted living facility will also develop 2-acre open space lawn and 86 surface parking spaces for the district on land that is not included in the ground lease. Tenant, which again is PMB LLC, will also be responsible for demolition of the 514 building. So clearly, Measure BC, $21 million of it is being used to take away these costs from the developer, the commercial developer, who is looking at the 95-year lease on land. So I just don't know how with a straight face, Beach Cities can say that that's not subsidizing a developer. But for Beach Cities' $21 million expenditure on parking, green space, and demo, that would be borne by the developer. Secondly, 2 weeks ago, I talked a little bit about board member Poster and her incorrect statement on October 1st at the city council, where she attempted to say that the city attorney had admonished the planning commissioners for targeting beach cities. They said no such thing, and I have provided the city attorney with the transcript from 919 and 10-1 with Poster. And I really think that Poster's testimony needs to be struck. And beyond that, when one set of voter approved officers for one organization lie to another organization, I find that to be very, very disturbing. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
Okay, sorry, hold on. Yes, Nancy Skiba.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Nancy Skiba, District 4. I just want to mention that there recently was a mailer sent out to our local voters listing a handful of early voting locations in the area. One of them was Beach Cities Health District. They were supposed to have voting somewhere downstairs. And these are supposed to be going on since October 26th through November 5th. I happened to be over there today, and I was informed that they are not set up to have voting at this time, perhaps sometime after the 1st. So if anybody's in that area, don't go there anytime soon because they're not ready for you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
No, that's it. Any other
Okay.
comments?
That's it. So let's move on to, let's see, ex parte. We do have a public hearing, so we'll have to list our ex parte communications. Councilmember Narenheim.
Communicated with Councilmember Lowenstein, the public, and city staff on this particular item.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
I've had a conversation with Councilmember Nierenheim, with staff, and mayor and the public.
Councilmember Kelajarevic?
The mayor, staff, and members of the public.
Councilmember Obaji?
Councilmember Barron, the mayor, and potentially staff, I think staff, and the public.
Councilmember Barrett?
Councilmember Obaji, the mayor, staff, members of the public, Dan Elder, Rob Gaddis.
Okay, and I had members of the council, multiple conversations with multiple of the staff, and members of the public. So with that, let's jump down to L1. This is a continued public hearing on our updating our land use and zoning for the city. So can I get a motion to open the,
Motion to
reopen the continued public hearing?
Motion to reopen the public hearing.
Second.
All for it?
Aye.
Okay, so we are open. Floor is over to staff.
Yeah, good evening, City Council. My name is Mark Weiner. I'm the Director of Community Development. Tonight, I'm joined by Planning Manager Sean Scully. We also have several members of the PlaceWorks team that's been assisting us with this project. We have Hallie Grundy sitting up here at the dais with us. Wendy Nowak has been the project principal. And then we have the two leads on the EIR preparation that are with us virtually tonight to help answer questions and to assist with the presentation. So this is a continuation of the public hearing from the October 15th meeting. As you're aware, since 2017, the city has been in the process of updating its general plan. That includes updates to the land use element, open space and conservation element, safety element, and noise element. There is a general plan advisory committee.
Don't go there, they're not ready for you.
Sorry.
Got it. Sorry about that.
There was a general plan advisory committee that was formed called the GPAC. They met nearly 30 times over several years, and there was a lot of public inputs on this policy document. We provided the City Council with a broad project overview on October 1st and followed up on October 15th and addressed some of the questions and issues that the council had raised at that first meeting. Tonight, what's before the council is some items for action. And it's only amendments to the city's existing land use elements and zoning ordinances that are intended to implement the city's housing elements. The city's housing element was adopted and certified in 2022, and we have a statutory deadline of February 2025 to implement several of the programs in the housing element. So that's why it's before you tonight. We are working against that deadline. There's a whole second component of this project, which is the broader general plan updates. That includes a new land use element, the open space element, the safety element. Within the land use element, there's updates to the designations in the city, land use designations and the FARs. There's policies related to commercial development and economic development. For example, there's several special policy areas and direction on how the city should treat those areas. Also policies related to environmental sustainability. However, that is part of the final land use element, which the city council will be considering for adoption at a later date. Tonight, it's really strictly about the housing. We're focusing in on that. The project's been bifurcated. And as it pertains to the general plan, the only thing that's being updated is the existing land use element. That's the 1992 land use element. And the reason that's being updated along with the zoning ordinances, because it's required for consistency between the general plan and the zoning ordinance. Along with these actions, the city council will also be considering certifying the program environmental impact report, or EIR. The EIR addresses the entire project, the entire general plan and zoning ordinance updates. That we weren't really able to bifurcate that document as we did with the general plan. However, by certifying the entire EIR, that does not bind the city council to particular policy actions that will come at a later date on the second phase of the general plan. But it does provide the required environmental analysis that's required by state law for taking this action. And the EIR does address the housing related amendments specifically and why it's necessary to certify tonight. So the items that have been prepared for adoption include a resolution for certifying the final program EIR. We'll get into that a little bit later in the presentation. We have a resolution amending the existing general plan land use elements, a resolution amending portions of the LCP as it pertains to housing. And then we have 3 ordinances, all making changes to the zoning code that are directed by the programs and the housing elements. And in the staff report, we went through at a fairly high level some of the detail of the zoning changes, and we identified the specific programs and the housing elements that were directing those changes to be made. I shared this exhibit at the last.
So before you leave that, I'm sorry, can we go back?
Yeah, sure.
You have all these, but what we're looking at other than the EIR is just what pertains to the housing element, correct? For each of these ordinances?
That's correct.
Okay, because it just reads that we're amending it, doesn't limit it to the housing element, but that's what you're asking us to do tonight.
Yes. There will be, as we take on phase 2 of this project, which includes the balance of the general plan, there will be zoning ordinance amendments that could come along with that. It won't be as substantial as what's being proposed for the housing, but there will be some.
Okay, thank you.
So I shared this exhibit at the last city council meeting. This is a map showing North and South Redondo. The areas that are colored or the parcels are proposed for a zoning change. And I think what this demonstrates is, for the most part, the city is retaining its existing zoning. We're not proposing substantial changes to the zoning districts. There's a few minor changes and tweaks here and there. And then most importantly, there's the creation of the affordable housing overlay zones. And we've discussed this at the last 2 meetings. This is a requirement to meet this state RENA requirements, a certain number of housing units that we have to zone for, to allow for. It's close to 2,500. So these are the locations that are proposed for the overlay zone. We have several in North Redondo. We have this one at the FedEx site in South Redondo Beach. And some of the aspects of this in terms of the standards. So for example, it would allow 55 dwelling units per acre would be the density allowed in the overlay zone. There's a minimum density of 20 dwelling units per acre. So if you want to build a housing project, you have to comply with that density. Then there's certain other standards that would look to facilitate housing at these densities at the locations. And that, of all the programs from the housing element that need to be implemented by February 2025, this would be the most critical because it's tied directly to the city's RENA. Some of the zoning ordinance changes that are being presented, and these are directed by the programs in the housing element. I'm going to go over this at a really high level. Some changes to the parking requirements. Right now, we have a blanket requirement of 2 spaces for each unit that's required. The new standard would actually create somewhat of a sliding scale based on the bedroom count, since that affects what the parking demand is going to be. Within the residential high density zones.
Before you leave that one, we used to have, you know, for every so many units, you had to have a guest. Is that gone? No more guest parking?
Do you want to answer that, Sean?
We still would have the guest parking requirement, correct.
Within the RH, or residential high density zone, it's a slight increase in density from 28 dwelling units to 30 dwelling units per acre. And then there's certain sites that were identified in our housing element in the RH3 zone that we're establishing a minimum density of 20 dwelling units per acre, and that was directed by the housing element. We've also added provisions that address density bonus law, state density bonus law, replacement housing requirements, which is a reflection of recent changes in state legislation, and then also reasonable accommodation requirements, which addresses individuals with disabilities. So that's the high level, some of the zoning changes that were made. There's also some new allowances for by right housing. Under the new code, you'd be allowed to build a 15 units residential building by right. That means it would not go through the conditional use permit process or design review. It would not be discretionary. That said, we do have objective residential design standards that would help ensure a high quality design with these projects. And then finally, as I had mentioned before, actually this one's a little different. There's certain sites identified in the housing element as well that would be by right if 20% of the units are affordable for lower income households. And then finally, there are provisions addressing special needs housing throughout the city. And this is really just ensuring that the code is more compliant with recent changes to state law that would basically allow these types of use. As a city, we have to allow these types of housing in different zones. For example, supportive housing and transitional housing has to be allowed and subject to the same standards of any zone that would allow residential. And then we have low barrier navigation centers. Those would be allowed in those affordable housing overlays. And then single room occupancy, which would be allowed in the C4 zone. Those would be subject to conditional use permit. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Sean to speak a little bit about some of the housing related changes that are not directly, they're not directed by the housing element, that need to be processed concurrently along with these other changes that I just covered.
All right, thank you, Mark. Mayor, members of the City Council, Sean Scully, Planning Manager. So, yeah, there are a handful, not a lot, but also these were contemplated, some of these in the housing element as well. They just aren't required by any program within the housing element. So they've been accounted for with respect to the housing element. And there are some fairly minor changes, but I'll run through them on this slide. We have changes residential and mixed use to commercial on some locations, and I have maps that'll illustrate these locations, but R3 to C2B and C2 on a few properties in along North PCH, M3C to C3B, and this is just right across the street at where the McDonald's is currently. So changing from mixed use to commercial. Then there's R1 to C2 along Torrance Boulevard, just one intersection at South Juanita and Torrance Boulevard. RH to C2 along a couple of blocks of Central PCH. And then MU to C2 on all but one of the mixed use. And this is one of the larger areas that are changing, quote unquote, going from residential to a different use. M1 to C2 on all but one of the existing mixed use properties along Artesia Boulevard, the west portion of Artesia Boulevard. Next slide. So here's the next few slides are maps that show these locations. This is along North PCH, and the changes that that are occurring from residential to commercial along PCH are all driven by numerous discussions and meetings that were held with GPAC to essentially evolve the corridor to primarily commercial. And then City Council also confirmed that in the 2021 meetings when they were going through the land use changes that would support the RENA. So the next slide. And this is that central PCH area where it's going from RH to C2. And we'll go ahead and go to the next slide. This, again, was very heavily debated at GPAC and with council, and it's predominantly residential now. And the proposal is to change to C2. There will be, some fair amount of, we plan to bring back to the council some exploration of how we deal with legal nonconforming uses to see how we could support this change on these properties and not having them become the strict legal nonconforming uses and have very limited privileges, but exploring some options to expand and have some flexibility with the legal nonconforming provisions for this area in particular.
Let me just add something to that. So we flagged this in the staff reports. Most of the locations, and we're not proposing substantial changes to the zoning throughout the city, as was displayed on that one exhibit. The proposed change from residential to commercial is in line with what's currently there. I think the thought process behind this proposed change along PCH is that we go away from the residential high density, which would be higher density multifamily, and it'd be more appropriate to have commercial uses here moving forward, since that's generally, PCH is a commercial corridor. That said, we just wanted to flag this one because there are a number of single family residences along the stretch. And once we change the zoning, it's gonna make them legal non-conforming. So we just wanna ensure that, it may still make sense to make this commercial zoning and over time provide the opportunity for commercial uses to develop here. But we also want to provide property owners with the ability to maintain and improve their homes. And especially looking at the state of some of these, which are in relatively good condition. And then the same goes for this particular corner of the block labeled here, which is off of Torrance. This is actually single family residential, the C2. So it's the other one's high density residential. This is single family. And we showed some photos. So staff still would suggest moving towards the commercial zoning as the GPAC had recommended. When we bring back as part of the second phase of this project, the non-conforming chapter of the zoning code, and we talked about this a little bit at the last meeting, that's where we can really address this and what kind of allowances we give to, in particular for these recently rezoned areas, to allow property owners to maintain and improve. I don't know if we want to do that across like citywide, because ultimately when you rezone or when you have a non-conforming use, the overall intent is that over time you get the desired use as the buildings age and are replaced. However, we felt that this was a unique situation, and that's why we called some attention to it.
Can you just, yeah, please go ahead.
Fine point on that. In your staff report, you say staff proposes to add provision to Article 8, non-conforming uses and structures that would allow the continuance, so on and so forth. Are you proposing that we do that tonight or in the future?
In the future, we did
We don't need to
suggest
worry about that
potentially
tonight.
bringing it back for a second reading, but I think the more we've looked into this and had some offline discussions, it probably needs a little more thought and time to do it properly. And it's already, we have other amendments to that non-conforming section that are scheduled to come back along with everything else. So there will be a time to get to it, to address it.
On that topic, can you go back to the map of the Torrance Boulevard? Yeah. So what's your understanding of why this is being proposed to change from R1 to C2?
It's similar to what I was describing with PCH and it evolving long-term into a primarily commercial corridor.
Any other reason?
Any
other reason?
No, I think, that was the discussion and the debates in GPAC where, do we leave a few little locations where there's residential or let's convert this over time for the long-term commercial corridor.
For this small plot here, is there any downside to keeping it R1? It seems like there's already homes that are developed there. Any downside to just, hey, let's keep it R1?
I don't particularly see a downside to it.
Thanks.
All right, go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, so then here's an illustration of the location along Artesia Boulevard where the mixed use that did run west of Blossom all the way to, I think it's Aviation Way. That was mixed use 1. It's now converting to C2.
And on that topic, that's also something we'll decide finally at a later date, right?
No.
Or that's being decided?
That is on for decision tonight. There's no other additional ordinance changes that would go with that. There could be some further discussions on legal nonconforming that could occur, along when we get into that discussion for any properties that when we've converted them have become legal nonconforming.
We'll have that at a later date. Then.
Correct.
And
But the actual change from C2, from mixed use to C2 for this location and for the others, we're taking tonight.
All right.
And that's, let me jump in.
Please.
That's required by the new state law.
Yeah.
That says if
SB
you're going to
330.
downzone or rezone something from housing to another use, you have to show that you're redoing that somewhere else. And so overall, we're raising.
SB 330, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you for that. MU1 in this diagram is the Montecito?
Correct.
PCF is the library?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. And thank you, Mayor.
And the MU1 is not going to change to C2?
That will not. That's the existing developed mixed-use project. That will stay MU1.
Why wouldn't we change it, just curious, why wouldn't we change it to C2 like we are potentially doing to the residences on Torrance Ave and just making it legal and non-conforming?
I think the, recent development of that site as a new development, it having senior housing as well. I think converting that would, and I don't know if it was a housing site at one time, but we feel it would be more appropriate to maintain that, with the residential component.
Yeah, and just to add to that, we didn't do that to any of the existing mixed use. We didn't rezone because we figured it's already got housing on it. We'll never convert it back. So.
These next couple of slides, now they're not actual changes to the map designation. What they are change to the standards that go with the designation. So this is commercial regional. In the commercial regional zone, we're reducing the density from 35 to 30 dwelling units per acre.
Oh, and this is in North Redondo at the Galleria site, right?
That's the Galleria site.
Reduction in intensity, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
This also is occurring on all the mixed use other than the affordable housing site at the FedEx site, but all the other MU3 designations on this map are being also, the density is reduced from 35 to 30 dwelling units per acre. Again, there's the the Montecito site. It's actually getting a reduction in that density. And then the Salvation Army site down at Beryl and Catalina is also getting a reduction from 35 to 30 dwelling units per acre. These are, this is the LCP. So everything west of PCH, and there's very few parcels, are also requiring that we amend the LCP as well. So these are identifying those same changes that we already discussed, but they have to be reflected in the LCP. Same with these properties as well. And I think we're moving on to the amendments to our existing land use element, our 1992 land use element. What we've, as part of this bifurcation, we had to go back, as Mark mentioned early at the onset of the presentation, we had to go back, look carefully at the land use, our existing land use element, and make sure as we implement the housing element, there are no inconsistencies between the implementation of the housing element and our current land use element. So we went through page by page looking for any potential inconsistencies. We did strike throughs, and then we introduced language that would be consistent with the housing element programs and some of the policies in the housing element. The two biggest changes had to do with going to the land use definitions table in the existing land use element and making sure we added the the residential overlay definitions, and then all the other related definitions to the housing element, and struck any inconsistencies. It also, as you are probably aware, we also have to identify the density and intensity of development. So we made all those changes in the existing land use element, reducing densities from 35 to 30 at various locations. And this slide just is an example of the additional language and strike throughs that are sprinkled throughout the existing land use element to make sure it's consistent with the housing element. And with that, we're going to enter into the slides on the environmental impact report. And we have our PlaceWorks environmental team here tonight. They're going to pick up these slides moving forward. Mark Teague, the principal at PlaceWorks, who leads the environmental team for PlaceWorks, and Jennifer Kelly, who is the project manager related to CEQA, and she's going to pick up the slideshow from here.
Good evening. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Great. As Mr. Scully noted, my name is Jennifer Kelly, and I am the project manager with PlaceWorks for the CEQA component of the project. I'll be presenting several slides this evening that outline the process and content of the program environmental impact report. A program EIR was prepared to identify the general and cumulative impacts of future development facilitated by the project. As such, the program EIR allows the city to consider broad policy, program level mitigation, and cumulative environmental impacts on a more comprehensive scale. Once the program EIR for the general plan update has been certified, future projects that are within the program EIR scope may not require subsequent environmental review. Factors that would be considered for future projects when tiering from the program EIR may include, but not be limited to, a project's land use, the proposed density and building intensity, and the location of the project site. Certification of the program EIR would allow for the adoption of the proposed general plan update amendments that implement the housing element, as Mr. Scully just presented. Next slide, please. The CEQA process began when the city issued the Notice of Preparation, or NOP, for the program EIR on June 1st, 2023, which ran for 30 days and concluded on June 30th, 2023. The purpose of the NOP was to receive comments and input on issues to be addressed in the draft program EIR. During the NOP period, a scoping meeting was held on June 8th, 2023. And the purpose of the scoping meeting was to solicit input on the scope of the draft program EIR. The draft program EIR was then prepared to identify the general and cumulative impacts of future development facilitated by the project. The scope of the draft program EIR was determined based on comments received in response to the NOP and technical considerations pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Upon completion of the draft program EIR in August 2024, the city initiated a public comment period by sending a notice of availability, or NOA, to all interested persons, agencies, and organizations. The NOA was also published with the Los Angeles County Clerk and in the Easy Reader newspaper, was made available on the city's website and to the 2 city libraries. And the city also filed a notice of completion, or NOC, with the State Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation. The draft program EIR was made available for a 47-day public review period beginning on August 1st and ending on September 16th, 2024. The final program EIR was prepared subsequent to the close of the comment period. In response to the draft program EIR, 18 written comments were received. The city then prepared written responses to comments. As I will further discuss on a following slide, the final program EIR consists of the responses to comments on the draft program EIR and minor clarifications or revisions to the draft program EIR. The final program EIR was made available to the public and all commenting agencies on October 17th, 2024. The program EIR was then presented to the Planning Commission on September 19th, 2024, followed by council hearings on October 5th and the 15th, 2024. Next slide, please. The program EIR identified significant and unavoidable impacts for the following topics shown on screen. All other impacts were determined to have no impact, a less than significant impact, or impacts that were mitigated to a less than significant level through mitigation. I'll briefly provide a summary of the significant and unavoidable impacts associated with each topic. For air quality, both short-term and long-term air quality emissions associated with full build-out of the general plan update would exceed the thresholds under the South Coast Air Quality Management District, resulting in significant and unavoidable impacts under future construction and operation of development facilitated by the project. For energy, the project would be inconsistent with the city's climate action plan with respect to land use strategies aimed at reducing vehicle miles traveled, or VMT, which impact transportation energy consumption, as impacts for VMT were determined to be significant and unavoidable. Similarly, impacts for greenhouse gas emissions, or GHG, land use and planning, and transportation also would result in significant and unavoidable impacts due to inconsistencies with the Southern California Association of Governments, or SCAG's, 2024-2050 Regional Transportation Plan Sustainable Community Strategy, or RTP-SCS, aimed at reducing VMT, and again, as impacts for VMT were determined to be significant and unavoidable. Impacts to historic resources were determined to be significant and unavoidable, as future development would impact potentially eligible historical resources as buildings continue to age over the lifespan of the general plan. Under noise, construction activities associated with future development facilitated by the project would result in significant, unavoidable impacts. And lastly, with respect to population, the project's build-out projections are greater than the projected growth by SCAG, which would result in significant and unavoidable impacts under population and employment growth. Next slide, please. At the close of the public review period of the draft program EIR, the final program EIR was prepared and posted to the city's website and the state clearinghouse on October 17th, 2024. The availability of the final program EIR was published in the Easy Reader newspaper and transmittals were sent to agencies that commented on the draft program EIR, which directed agencies to the final program EIR posted on the city's website. The final EIR includes responses to comments received during the public review period of the draft program EIR and revisions and corrections based on responses to those comments and recommendations. Additionally, the final program EIR includes a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, or MMRP. Next slide, please. Regarding to responses to comments, a total of 18 comment letters were received on the draft program EIR. 4 comment letters were received from agencies confirming receipt of the notice of availability, or the NOA, for the draft program EIR. 1 comment letter provided recommendations regarding tsunami considerations and updated references. 13 comment letters were received regarding the proposed 0.75 floor area ratio, or FAR, for the Beach Cities Health District campus under the proposed PI land use designation. Based on the comment letters and staff recommendations, minor revisions and clarifications were made to the program EIR. In summary, these revisions did not result in any significant new information or environmental impacts not previously disclosed in the draft program EIR that would warrant recirculation of the program EIR. And with that, I'll turn it back to planning staff to continue with the presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Jennifer. So that concludes the presentation. We're available for questions. The recommended action is to open the public hearing, take testimony, and then close the public hearing.
Pending comment, I'm not sure if we're going to be recommending closing the public hearing.
Okay. Should we take public comment?
Does anybody want to question staff before we go to public comment?
Motion to open the public hearing?
I did want to compliment staff. Thank you. I know this has been a long road for you, and even though Mark is new, my understanding he's dug in and mastered the materials and made himself available. And I also want to thank our mayor, who was on GPAC, a process that went on for a very long time and involved a lot of different and diverse views, all culminating in a lot of what we're considering here today. So thank you all.
Some of them are in the audience,
And
too.
we have some in the audience. Yeah.
Anybody else wish to? Councilmember Obaji?
I'll just say thank you to PlaceWorks. You've cost us an immense amount of money, about $2.3 million. But it's obviously not something we've undertaken voluntarily, but it's something mandated by state law. So you see here another example of unfunded state mandates that the city, you all, we all have to shoulder. And it's painful, but I'm sure you guys have worked very hard to earn that. And I know just from the number of faces I've seen from PlaceWorks and then our number of meetings we had 2 years ago to come up with our first housing element, then our second one and our third one, that you worked diligently to ultimately help us get a certified housing element. So thank you for your efforts on that.
Any other members of the council wish to? No. Okay, with that, we'll open it up to the public. I have 12 cards. We'll start with Georgette Cantor and then Delia Becky.
Good evening, council, mayor. Thank you for all your work. Gosh, it's 2017. It's mind-boggling. I hope that the residential to C4 changes on PCH will address, and I don't know if you have any jurisdiction, but I hope that it will close up some of the vacancies on PCH because there's quite a few of them. And that would be great to clean that up. Okay, I'm going to speak about just basically about the FAR on Beach Cities, like most people will tonight. The Beach Cities Health District needs to be able to update their property. As more years pass, the main building will become less and less seismically safe, and tearing down the hospital, the existing hospital is 157,000 square feet. That's going to open up a lot of space. And replacing it with 2 acres of open space, an outdoor exercise facility, and constructing alcove building, and all of that. They also want to construct a retirement facility, as we all know, the ultimate size of which needs to be negotiated. But this should not hinder the FAR to less than what other properties are being allowed. For example, the police and fire facility at 1.25. And to mention again, I've mentioned before, the Legato property on PCH and Palos Verdes is at 1.5. I don't know how that happened, but well, rhetorical question. If the Planning Commission insists on a FAR for beach cities at 0.75 or worse, a couple of meetings ago, they said we could go as low as 0.5. I don't understand how that is, they can legally justify that inconsistency when other properties could be assessed at higher. And also in consideration of the fact that tonight you're discussing increased density in other parts of the city, it seems even more clear to me that maybe Beach Cities is having some spot zoning situations. If Beach Cities has to go away, something happens at Steyer, I hope it doesn't happen, but I'd just like to mention about the Center of Health and Fitness, I've been a member for 17 years, and there's 3,000 members right now. It would be a shame if it had to leave. It's not too big of an exaggeration to say that in some ways it saved my life. With a large variety of the classes, they brought me back from injuries and illness and helped keep me healthy through exercise. We cannot afford to lose this or other Beach City facilities and services provided at such affordable rates, and many are free. CHF offers the best deal around. I've researched all over the South Bay. There's nothing with the value of theirs, offering 70+ classes, and the instructors are wonderful. The administration is professional, and they offer classes in person and virtually, and the virtual classes were a lifesaver during the pandemic. That just saved a lot of people to be able to keep exercising in light of the fact that the average age is 60 to 90 years. So hoping that the FAR will be justifiably corrected and made consistent. Thank you.
Thank you. Delia Vecchi and then Holly Osborne.
Good evening again, Delia Vecchi, Redondo Beach. Please hold the line of excessive development protecting our public lands. I strongly support the Planning Commission recommendation of 0.5 floor area ratio for public lands, in particular for the one where Beach City Health District is located. Some exceptions should be allowed only for schools, police, fire facilities, if it's not other option for the requirements. Keep Beach City land with only 0.5 floor area ratio to save our community. You don't imagine what they plan to build. I am a person involved in design. I have a master's degree in architecture and planning, and it's unacceptable. The ambulance will be running, the neighborhood will be crazy, and beside that, the city already has 9 senior housing in the city, when the rest of the city don't accept those projects. Why? Because they love the value of the properties. That's the reason. Thank you. The one approved those projects, our properties are the lowest value in all the South Bay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Holly Osborne and then Jean Sensheimer.
Holly Osborne, District 5. From what you said, I'm not really sure that this is the appropriate place for it, but you could just stop me if you don't want to hear it. I'm talking about the FAR on the commercial area on Artesia Boulevard, okay? The current FAR is 0.6 with 2 limit story, and I've heard that you want to double it, and I do not like that. I brought lots of pictures. I don't know if you want to see them, but the properties are way different sizes on Artesia, and if you double the FAR, and then
Hold
you
on one, Holly, and we'll give you the time back, but we're not discussing the commercial FAR tonight, correct?
Okay, well then I'll just let somebody else.
Sorry, I just didn't
talk.
want you to go on when it's a
Well,
waste of.
I wanted to make sure.
I
Anyway, I got my
understand.
message. Don't double it. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, Jean Sensheimer and then Kayleen Neuberger.
Thank you for the time. I'm Jean Sinsheimer, council. I'm in District 3. You're going to hear the same thing, probably from lots of people. I don't understand why one area is being given special circumstances to address the FAR on public land. I think that, you know, if they need that space, then they should come with a full their plans in detail to the Planning Commission before anything like that would be given. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Kayleen Neuberger, and then Alina Rashid Faraki. I apologize if I butchered that.
Hello, Redondo Beach City Council. My name is Kylie Neuberger, and I want to express my strong support for 1.25 FAR for Beach Cities Health District and all other public institutions. As a member of Alcove, I recognize that Beach Cities Health District support for Alcove is necessary for providing all of their services. These include emotional, social, and mental health services, such as family counseling, drug abuse, peer support, social services and events, and a free space for youth. By denying these services to youth, we lack the academic success and emotional well-being that we could have from these services. By allowing Beach Cities Health District and all public institutions a FAR of 1.25, we can ensure that these services are expanded to more of our population, especially our youth. Thank you for listening and for your commitment to our community's health and well-being.
Thank you. Thanks for your support in Alcove. So appreciate what they do. Alina Rashid Faraki, and then Jeff Gilbert.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor, and staff. My name is Alina Rashid Faraki. I'm a junior at RUHS, a member of the Alcove Youth Advisory Group, and a BCHD volunteer. Tonight, I want to express my support for a uniform 1.25 FAR for Beach Cities Health District and all public institutions. As someone who's greatly benefited from Beach City Health District's many resources and services, but it's also seen its impact on others, not just in the Beach Cities, but beyond. The approval of a uniform FAR is extremely important to me. BCHD provides countless resources, such as the Center for Health and Fitness, which provides a safe and welcoming space for adults to live a healthier life and find a community, as well as Silverado, which provides a place for older adults to not just live, but also not feel isolated. BCHD also provides talking companions, Adventureplex, and so many more resources, but all with the same purpose of helping those in our community with providing a safe place and improving their health. However, tonight I want to specifically talk about the impact of a reduced FAR on Alcove. Alcove is a youth mental health center created by youth for youth. The mental health crisis in teens especially continues to be a greater issue each and every day, but there are few resources to address it. Alcove Beach Cities is currently only one of 3 Alcove locations in California, with almost no other places that provide the same resources. Alcove provides a variety of services from mental health to family and peer support, grief and substance use counseling, but it also provides a safe space for anyone to go. In the 2 years that Alcove has been open, it has seen over 7,000 visits by young people. Alcove serves all of SPA 8, which doesn't just include the Beach Cities. This means that this FAR could impact people outside of Redondo and Beach Cities. Alcove has served as a safe space for youth to receive services and has, quite frankly, saved lives. With so many youth continuing to struggle, let's not take away one of the only places that they can go for free and equitable help. However, I've also heard many say that the FAR will not affect Alcove, but Alcove is currently located in the 514 North Prospect building, which is over 50 years old. This building.
Motion to extend 30 seconds.
Second.
Okay, all for it?
Right.
So if we could have an additional 30 seconds.
Okay. This building has many seismic issues and is currently costing more than it should be. This building needs to be torn down, and for those complaining of noise, it's better for it to be taken down in a planned way than it coming down due to an earthquake or another issue. Alcove is funded by grants, but it's also funded by the profits from the building. So with the health needs of the community changing, okay. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thanks for what you do for our youth. Appreciate it. Jeff Gilbert and then Roseanne Taylor.
Good evening, honorable council members, mayor, and city staff. I'm Jeff Gilbert, District 2 resident and 32-year neighbor to the Beach Cities Health District campus. Today, BCHD sent an email instructing the many recipients to safeguard and preserve our programs and services, and tell the city council to give BCHD a 1.25 FAR and to treat Beach Cities Health District fairly. Nowhere in the included programs and services which Beach City Health District implies are at risk was there any mention of the commercial development that would be impacted with the 0.5 FAR. Nowhere did Beach City show how the massive development would be with a 1.25 FAR. Only a false implication that the Planning Commission's lower FAR would leave Beach City's Health District in a financially precarious situation, forcing program cuts. After years of discussion and study, the Planning Commission, with the primary task of plotting a course for the city's future, recommended 0.5 FAR for all public institutional land, not just BCHDs. The FAR's purpose is to ensure control of the size of any building on a given lot. And considering the residential locations of most of these P1 parcels, a conservative FAR was decided upon. The council should take these recommendations seriously and not be duped by developers who will use every strategy to sway you over their particular schemes. BCHD has submitted no project plans or specifications. They have provided no illustrations as to how this project will dominate and loom over our homes and schools, not to mention tie up traffic on this busy school route. Presuming that the general plan be changed for an unsubmitted hypothetical project is not acceptable or ethical, nor is it fair to the residents around this commercial development who deserve due process. And when BCHD does propose this project, it should follow due process and go to the Planning Commission for review. The developer may also apply for an exception to the 0.5 FAR for this specific project. After that, it should be up to the voters to approve it. This approval process will hopefully result with a design that follows the city's general plan and best fits its location with the lowest impact on residents and the future of the city. Don't be fooled by the deceit and duplicity of this developer that has shown little, if any, regard for the residents living around this community project. Thank you.
Thank you. Roseanne Taylor and then Jane Deal. By the way, thanks for the hands and the thumbs down. Appreciate it.
Hi, Roseanne Taylor. Greetings to the mayor and the council. Thanks for hanging in there so long. I'm here to ask you to hold to the 0.5 FAR for public land and to discuss some problems with BCHD. BCHD, the email that came out today was save the public health, implying that if you don't give the FAR that they want, that they won't be able to provide the services. Well, they're already providing those services, and they are doing a very good job, and I don't discredit them at all. I think they're doing a good job, and we really appreciate the work that those dedicated people do. But it's not about the buildings, it's about the people. That's what makes BCHD. And they have omitted in their email the reasons for wanting that far. They listed all of BCHD's programs: Center for Health and Fitness, social workers, All Cove, Blue Zones, Summer Free Fitness, and Live Well Kids. They don't mention anything about this residential care for the elderly. And that's why they need this far, to be this size, because they want to build this large building. They have to build a large building to make it profitable. And this is a commercial building, privately, with a private developer. So, okay, the building that they're looking at would be over 1,000 feet. And it would be a lease on their public land for 95 years. It's 3 acres. And this isn't mentioned in discussing this FAR issue, and I think it's really what's behind it, and it needs to be addressed. When I was working with a task force some years ago at BCHD that was drawing up plans for this, they were talking about how nice it will be for those elderly people to be able to look out their windows and see the ocean, because they'd be in a high building. So I live across the street from BCHD, and when I look out my window, I would like to see, I won't want to see a great big enormous building. The other things that were kind of just worth mentioning was this, the tear down of 514 has been talked about a lot, and it's also been said that that building does not need to be torn down and that it's structurally sound. It can be used, it's a useful building. So that's just something that's...
Can you wrap up?
Okay, if that was part of the original plan for the Center for Healthy Living that was not approved and it's now been put into the bond measure. So the BCHD is moving ahead.
You're going way over time.
Okay.
We appreciate your
All
comments.
right, thank you.
Okay, Jane Deal and then Laura Duke.
Good evening, Mayor, Councilman. The shirts we wear say, "Live well." You have policies that reflect that fact, and it's so important it's in your general plan. Policy LU 1.13, provide for the continuation of existing and expansion of governmental administrative capital facilities, schools, libraries, hospitals, and associated medical offices, public cultural facilities, and other public uses, ancillary parks, recreation, open spaces, and other public lands, uses and facilities to support existing and future populations and development of the city. LU 4.2, seek to incorporate health considerations into plans, land uses. LU 4.7, build and maintain partnerships with the healthcare providers, health promoting nonprofits, and community-based organizations to evaluate and implement land use projects in a manner that improves community health. We have been the driver of wellness for 25 years in Redondo Beach, often providing services that the city does not provide because the health district provides them for the residents of Redondo Beach. An example was COVID. When COVID hit, we were able to start the Safe Cities program, testing and vaccines. BCH is an important component of the city, just as the other services the city provides. You just don't have to fund these services, so why would you cut our ability to fund our programs? 80% of healthcare is done outside of hospital, which is why the health district does not want to have to decrease our services. Without the flexibility to use our land to benefit the Redondo Beach residents, we will have to reduce services at a time when senior population will grow, needing more services. And as you've heard from our youth, some of them have had very serious mental health problems, and we certainly want to continue that service. Please make the FAR for one the FAR for all. The concern also seems to be the quality of neighborhoods. BCH property is no more in a neighborhood than the city hall or police annex. Your fire departments are. BCH is 11 acres on a hill, one side a strip mall, one side 4 lanes before you get to a house, one side a slope with trees. We changed our plans to put our development on the strip mall side to not be close to the Torrance residents, and we've heard how tall it is, but without a FAR, without knowing what we can do, it's very difficult to put plans. And our developer that we've been talking to is talking about reducing it
How much time
considerably.
do you need? How much more time do you need?
Oh, a couple minutes. Seconds. Seconds. We will continue to look at all options to develop our property. PCHD will look at the possibilities that are afforded us by the new state laws, such as Alcove that did not require city involvement, and there was no EIR. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I have a card for Laura Duke and then Sandra Segal.
Good evening again, Council and Mayor. Laura Duke. Wow. The general plan is important, but the public zone floor area ratio is worth talking about because it's the zone that is most in flux. All other zone types have set FARs, so this conversation is worthwhile and has real consequences for what all the public zones could look like in the future. Some people are coming up and using the term FAR, and I can see that they don't really know what it means. But it's in their interest to learn what it is, and especially what increased FARs would physically look like in our city. It's about building density, and it's about whether that building density is a detriment to the residents and the surroundings. Beach City's Health District has framed this issue as it's unfair if all the public institutional zones are not the same, and that it should be 1.25. Are we really to believe that they want a huge 1.25 FAR for all public zone lands, not just theirs? I would actually hope not, because they know that too much density is not good for public health. Yes, there is irony here. The reality is that Beach City's Health District is spun up on a 1.25 FAR to make their what's proven to be flaky deal with a private developer work. It was disconcerting at a recent Planning Commission meeting when CEO Tom Backley attempted a hot dog and ketchup analogy with their project's compatibility with the neighborhood. I guess his point is 7 stories and potentially over 700,000 square feet is in the eye of the beholder, or maybe that hot dogs are delicious with ketchup, I don't know. But it's no wonder some people feel he and their board have been dismissive of resident concerns. He went on to say, like we just heard, that they only have a shared lot line. The only shared lot line is a strip mall, but actually it's 3/4 surrounded by neighborhoods and 1/4 commercial. There's Prospect, there's Diamond, there's Flagler. With homes, Redondo's own planning manager has said Redondo Beach is built out and park poor. While it's true that there were no FAR requirements on public zones until the state recently required it, the consensus has been to keep the floor area ratio low on public zone lands. I hope you'll adhere to the GPAC and Planning Commission's desire to keep the public FAR low. To go against these suggestions and balloons out these zones would be wrong.
Thank you. Sandra Segal, and then the last card is Mary Ewell.
Good job.
There's another one. I think there's another card.
Mayor and council, staff and residents, it's easy to stand on the sidelines and protest. I'm sorry, can I?
No, that's okay, start over. We didn't start the clock anyway.
Yeah. Thank you. Mayor and council, staff and residents, it's easy to stand on the sidelines and protest. It's easy to read a list of points that someone has given you. It's hard and boring to read plans and look through financial information and ask questions. If you are against BCHD's plan, but you haven't read it and you haven't engaged with BCHD, you're doing yourself and your community a disservice. BCHD has a plethora of information on their website, including many fact-checking FAQs. BCHD has asked to meet with critics and has offered to go over the finances with anyone who questions their need to replace their building. If you have stated with authority that a lower FAR for BCHD is sufficient, I haven't heard any details about how that could possibly work. Do any of you have doctors who used to have offices on the BCH campus, but who have moved away? I do, more than one. Because Torrance and Manhattan Beach have built modern medical facilities while we've let ours rot. We've been an analysis paralysis for 7 years. 2 weeks ago and tonight, many people praised BCHD's programs. Even people against BCH's plan said that the programs are good. But then they had this bizarre argument that therefore they should not be allowed to knock down the building because what will happen to the services? If that's your concern, you've not been paying attention. The idea is to build, move departments, and then do more construction. That's why the construction lasts so long, in order to keep essential services going. The hospital building will not survive a major earthquake. It's not okay to leave it. We must replace it. I am proud to know that my property taxes help support this incredible organization. And I, for one, would be happy to pay more because BCHD improves our health and reduces our medical expenses. An investment in BCHD is an investment in ourselves, our bodies, our families, and our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have
Mary's
Mary
next.
Yule, you're up, and then Jess Money. Multiple.
Thank you all. Keeping the FAR to a 0.50 as the precedent for all future buildings that are not emergency response buildings protects our public institutional land from mainly profiteers. A larger FAR is allowable for those first responder teams who need to act fast. BCHD's end goal is construction of a residential care facility which holds pedestrian risks to the surrounding neighborhood and schools and their well-being. For what? Measure BC indirectly funds the private developer to build 100% privately owned, high-rent assisted living units that 80% of the beach cities residents cannot afford, will not be served by, was never voted on by the 3 beach cities who are being asked to underwrite it for up to 40 years. When told of the unanimous decision of the Planning Commission to hold all but emergency services to a 0.50 FAR, BCHD appealed to their center patrons that they would risk losing medical services. What medical services do they supply? These medical services come from the medical doctors who rent their 514 facility and adjacent buildings and bungalows. Then the patrons would lose mental health service programs was also put forth. That's a large stretch as a government grant procured for the corridor, a separate site. It's up to Beach City's Health District to continue those programs through grant development. Also, they posited that public open space would be lost. When challenged, BCHD admitted that open public space would be for their programs only. Do they understand the meaning of open public space? BCHD's top executives already take in $1.2 million a year. Their profit motive for a healthy living campus is threatened. They change their presentation of needs based on this profit motive, not community-wide assessment of needs. Things that matter, BCHD has descended into deceit in their misrepresentation of what is at stake if they fail to pressure you as our elected officials to see through their profit agenda. As the Daily Breeze
How much more do you
warned
have, Mary?
voters no on Measure BC.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Just Money, and then Bob Pinsler.
Just Money, District 3. First, a comment on the presentation by the lady that was Zooming or whatever about the EIR in general. She mentioned that this plan is going to prepare us for future growth in jobs and population. This is a developer delusion from Sacramento. Yet for the 2020 census, we lost enough population, we lost a congressional seat for the first time in history. We've lost 2 million more people since then. Today, Chase Bank just announced they're closing their regional headquarters in San Francisco. That's 4,000 more jobs gone, plus the ripple effect that's going to have on other supportive businesses and collateral businesses. There's millions of square feet of vacant commercial space in this state. Population growth, that's last century. Now to the matter here. 2 weeks ago, the place was mobbed with people wearing their blue BCHD shirts. They're not here tonight. That tells me the fix is already in, that they're not necessary. Now, we have a planning commission and a city manager, both appointed by the council. The difference is the planning commission meets in public, takes public testimony. They come up with the recommendation for a 0.5 FAR. Then behind the curtain, Wazanski, the wizard over here, sprinkles some fairy dust on it, and it comes out with a recommendation for 1.25. Nobody elected this guy. So I want to know if any of you went to him and told him to put that in, and you're hiding behind his skirts, okay?
Okay, let's have order.
Pardon?
I'm talking to people mumbling behind you, Jess.
Okay. Now, my representative, District 3, Ms. Gladarovic, she's got a big unlimited development background, and I just wonder if she's interested in re-election, because if this passes within 2 years, construction's going to be going on up there, and there's a nice little cul-de-sac of District 3 between Burl and 190th. And 2 years from now, when the repercussions of this are plainly visible, I don't think she's going to get a vote south of 190th. I don't care who runs against her, if you exhume somebody. So anyway, to summarize, this is a travesty if the staff recommendation is approved. We need to reject it, and eventually we need to dissolve the BCHD and have that money returned to their respective cities. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Pinsler and then Tom Backley.
Thank you. You're faced with a decision for decades to come. Are you going to sell that future out to the rapacious developers who will transform our city into one unrecognizable to those whose legacy you promised, sometimes tearfully, to defend? Why would a decision to go against the staff recommendation do this? It could create a fatally flawed EIR, which could provide the underpinning for those who wish to use builder's remedy to circumvent our local zoning and build whatever they want. And for whom would you be selling out our city's future? an organization of financial ineptitude with its string of structural deficits projected into the future, and naivete, such as its ongoing support of such ego trips as the fraudulent Blue Zones project recently exposed in the New York Times, which are only the tip of the iceberg of the mismanagement. You have a solution in front of you. The staff has provided an off-ramp of a 0.75 FAR, as in the EIR. If BCHD wants a higher FAR, when, and more importantly, if they present you with a plan, deal with it then. The public should vote on this zoning change if it meets the criteria. Do not sell us out. Do not succumb. Do not go back on the years of effort that have gone into helping preserve this city we love. Live up to your promises. The voters remember. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Backley and Jackie Erkland, and I think, oh, more keep coming in.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tom Backley, Beach Cities Health District. I'll save you the compatibility analogy and just kind of jump to the issue. You have our letter from our attorney that's in the blue folder. We specifically have concerns about the certification of the environmental impact report that's before you tonight. So you have that letter with our concerns. You as a council, I believe it was unanimous, directed staff to study the 1.25 at your last meeting. You now have the certification of an EIR in front of you 2 weeks later. And so we're not really clear on how that all works in light of the direction that you gave as a council 2 weeks ago. We are seeing a negligible increase in density with no measurable change in impacts by moving from what you have in the EIR that's before you to a 1.25. You also have the benefit of a certified EIR that we've already done for our project. So you hear concerns from the public about impacts and other things, and we too have those concerns, which is why we spent 3 years doing an environmental impact report that was certified and not challenged. So we think that you all can move forward with an EIR revision letter to move to the 1.25, or perhaps continue the item for certification until you're able to address council direction of the 1.25 that was given to staff 2 weeks ago. Thank you.
Tom, can I ask you a question? Folks here, this wasn't my understanding, but folks here have attributed you or someone at BCHD as saying the open space won't be public, that it will only be programmed by BCHD. Is that factual?
Yeah, we as me as us. I don't understand that comment. We are a public agency. It would be public, so I don't understand that.
But anybody can walk up and walk on the grass and.
Correct. That would be correct.
So it's not fenced off and you.
Would not be fenced off.
Okay.
It would be open space. Again, our whole goal behind the campus is to create a place where people can come to be well. That's why we've envisioned the 2 acres to be a place where people can have wellness programs and health programs that would be open to all.
But if someone just walks up or jogs to your campus, they can walk onto that grass and lay out or whatever.
That's correct. There are gathering spaces there, there are trails planned. These are things that we've visioned publicly with a public process.
Okay, I just wanted to get, thanks for making that straight. It sounds like Councilmember
Just a
Obadi had a
question. Well, let me ask staff first, but then I have a question for you, Mr. Backley. We're not approving a project tonight, right? And we're not setting the FAR for the Beach Cities Health District property tonight, or being asked to set the FAR, right?
That's correct. What's before the council are the zoning code amendments related to the housing element implementation and the amendments to the land use element related to that. The EIR is being recommended for certification, and that does cover the entire general plan update. However, that's a study. It's not a policy-making document. The city council will have the ability to make a determination on the FAR for Beach Cities Health and the remainder of the public institutional zones at a later date when we bring back phase 2 of the project.
So, Mr. Backley, let me start by saying I fully support all the programs you got going. I'm hearing from the seniors, how many of them, 3,000 use the senior services. I'm hearing from the youth. I mean, you're capturing, the entire spectrum of the human spectrum, providing free services or or low-cost services, and I absolutely love that. What's stressing me out, though, amidst this November 5th election, where we all have a lot at stake and there's a national election at stake, are these letters that we get from your attorneys, which I'm sure you're spending money on and you don't need to be spending that money, or you want to be spending that money, and then we've got to respond or deal with it and consider it, and we don't want to be spending that money either. So I'd like to avoid any sort of adversarial relationship between us, and that's why I've read these letters, taking them very seriously. If you could light up 2B, please. This was the final EIR that PlaceWorks came up with and made public. Have you seen this before?
Yes.
Okay. And they did respond, I think, on this page, actually I bookmarked it, BCH questions. In this document, they had your letter of September 11th, 2024. That was quite thorough, correct? Had you seen that?
Yes.
Okay, and then you did see that they responded, at least as best as they could, to your letter, right?
Yeah, we don't believe that it's responsive to our letter.
Okay. Do you know when you received this, by the way?
I believe it was a couple weeks ago. I'm not sure, but.
All right. And I'm not going to question you about the contents and why it's not responsive and the like, but I just wanted to get a little more clear on that. And that's it.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
I've got a quick follow-up question as well. You've been involved in cities for a while. You know the difference between general law and charter city, right?
Say that again?
You know the difference between a general law and charter city, right?
Yes.
We have Measure RB on our November 5th election next week, right? Affecting parts of our charter.
I'm aware of that.
Yeah. You have any opinions on Measure RB?
I do, but I don't think it's appropriate for me to share them.
Okay. No. So, speaking of process, because it's about process, right? And Councilmember Obaji talked for a second about the process and stuff, and you guys have been very involved in this process, and you've been here every single time, and you guys have been preparing for these letters and for these events, these meetings, right? Have you guys it's been very important for you to be deeply involved and tracking everything that's been happening, right?
Yes.
Do you guys feel at all that we have left you out of the loop with what's going on?
Yes. Yes, we do. We think the initial direction given by you to put the 0.75 into the process left us out of the loop, and we do have concerns about that. As well as GPAC, it was not discussed at GPAC. This was something that was not debated. You have GPAC members that were able to give comments, but did not debate it. And again, we have concerns about the EIR, and we've expressed those concerns, and we've been very clear from the outset about our concerns about the technical components of the EIR that you have before you tonight.
And specifically the final EIR, when did you see that start having concerns with that?
Well, we raised issues as soon as we received the notice of preparation back in June. We've been at every GPAC meeting. We've been consistently raising concerns that we have with the EIR.
Okay. All right, that's all I've got for you. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Yeah, Tom, you've known me for quite a while. You know I'm a very big supporter of your programs. I actually joined Councilmember Obaji in expressing my concern about the threat of legal action or whatever it might be that your lawyers are sending. I don't know if it's that or their concern, but what I'm really concerned about is mass emails that are going out, riling people up saying our programs are at risk. I can't recall in my 20 years of public service, 16 elected, one local agency riling up people against another local agency. This is independent of whatever it is we're discussing. And I'm not sure that I approve of those tactics, to be honest with you. And I think that's, in your time as the city manager at the city of Hermosa Beach, that's part of something that you've done in the past. I've never seen that. I assume that these go out with your approval, but I know that a lot of people in this community have written to me and said, I'm very concerned about seeing these type of things happen. And so for me, while it doesn't influence my decision-making up here, I think it does bring a lot of concern to people in the community on both sides, whether they're in favor of a project and the Beach Cities Health District or against it. They see crowds coming and they feel like they get stressed out about it. And we have enough problems nationwide to not have to resort to this. So as an agency to agency, I would just tell you that I'm disappointed to see that, those type of tactics. I think we can agree to disagree or agree to agree, but when we have people that are up here and feeding that monster one way or another, it's not helpful to any of us. So I would ask that you take a look at the tactics, present people with facts, let them make their own decisions based on the merits of whatever the argument is, and not say you're at risk for services being taken away. Because I don't think that's really helpful, honestly, to our community.
That is the truth. And so.
Well, then that needs to be disclosed in terms of the financial part of it.
Right, which we have. And we tried to start this process through a collaborative process with you all years ago, and that was not something that the city wanted to pursue. And so I've spent a career with partnerships between public agencies, and it is our hope that we can move forward with that. You asked about the certification of the EIR. I was clear from the first night that if there was not a uniform 1.25 EIR, that it would be my recommendation to challenge the EIR. And so that is where we are.
So you're saying that your organization has severe financial risk because of the finances of the organization is what you're telling everybody, the public right now?
What I'm saying is that
It sounds like that's what you're saying.
No, what I'm saying is I don't believe, we don't believe, and we think the facts support that the EIR was not done properly, and we have concerns about the EIR.
That's not, the EIR is not mentioned in this.
Well, that's what's before you tonight.
Well, I'm talking more about the emails that were sent out.
We have other concerns.
I think we understand.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to make a point here.
I have a quick
We'll
follow-up.
get to the point.
I did make, allow me, because I've given you plenty of space, thank you. I think these aren't great tactics. I'm kind of disappointed, honestly, so that's.
We are as well.
Okay, feelings mutual then, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Kalajevic.
Yeah, I just want to follow up with that. To be fair, we all get a lot of emails on both sides, and I get emails to my personal email as well. And I get emails from the opposite side that say, just reply all, and it comes to all of us, and they're like spam emails. So it is, I don't think it's fair to paint one side as doing, this propaganda. It is overwhelming on our end, and I can feel it in the community that there's passion on both sides. So I just want to make that point. And tonight we're discussing the EIR.
So Councilmember Obaji.
I'm done. Thank you, Tom. Just for the
I have a
public
quick
to know-
follow-up to ask Mr. Backley, actually.
Just for the public to know, based on my remedial understanding of CEQA, we have to, for any discretionary decision-making that we undertake, we have to study the potential environmental impacts of it. So we have a final EIR. It doesn't analyze a 1.25 FAR at BCHD. They've asked us to analyze that. We've directed staff to undertake that analysis, but that analysis is not ready yet. So in no circumstance could we today approve a 1.25. All right, that's all. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Backley.
Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you. I brought you and your team down to ICA to speak about the the youth mental health center, right?
Correct.
Community is a big deal, right? You guys talk about community, bring a bunch of people here. And the process for me is a big deal. And I've heard a lot about different things, what's going on there. And I can't track everything. There's a lot going on here in the city, right? What if in the future you need a larger size project, you can get a larger size project, would you be against going to a Measure DD vote, an Article 27 vote, to go to the public and get community support?
Well, we're not required to. That's been determined, where our land is and what the proposed uses are. And so I believe that what is before you tonight was an attempt by some to sort of reverse that by having it go through the general plan and be hard-coded into your charter. And so we're not required to go to a vote. We think that it's important to have the flexibility to address the health needs in the future. And it's something that's worked. And one thing I do want to say, so we don't leave here on too bad a note, is I think we've demonstrated as a community how we can disagree and have dialogue. And, you know, I don't agree with things that people are saying tonight, and I say hi to them when we walk by and they say hi back. And so I think we have demonstrated that you can disagree. The rest of our country is not doing such a good job with that. We're two public agencies trying to do the best thing for the community. And my hope is that we'll be able to work that out.
Yeah, I by no means do I have any animosity. For me, it's just about process, right? I look at the process. So in your comments to the final EIR, you know, you guys start working on that. They're just the carbon copy of the prior questions that you don't feel they have been properly answered to then. And that's.
We believe that the EIR is in error and we have concerns about the EIR.
And you received copies of the final EIR. I want to make sure that we're good partners. And when did you get?
We've been noticed and we've responded to that notice. And so we don't have an issue as much with that process, but we do have concerns with the EIR where we wanted to bring those before you tonight.
Okay, so it's the answers, not the noticing.
And the fact that our concerns weren't responded to in our opinion, and that the impacts to health were not measured by reducing the EIR from an unlimited amount today. It's uniform today, right? And that all of us don't have an EIR. We don't believe that the EIR addressed the public impacts of reducing it. And that is what we've been clear about for a long time.
I'll just end up with saying that you should join me in our neighborhood voices because that's the state forcing us to do that request. So thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
Thanks, Tom. Jackie Eklund and then Phil Sanchez.
Honorable Mayor and council members, please maintain the 5.0 FAR that was recommended by your planning commission. I know they did a lot of work. The Beach Cities Health District land is surrounded mostly by neighborhoods, and with the one exception being the Vaughn Strip Mall. On the Flagler side, it's a 30-foot high hill, and the plans that they showed the community would be a 7-story building that would cast a long shadow over the neighborhood and over Towers Elementary School, which is only 300 feet from the build site. The 514 building has asbestos in it, so once it's demolished, lots of concerns from parents. One parent had a child with asthma, and the elderly that lived there, that this would become airborne. And construction was gonna be 6 days a week. So the school district is concerned about, well, they were concerned about noise because kids have to take tests, they have to learn their lessons. So there was a lot of concern. The plan also showed, when you look at land, the architects, you could see they were cognizant of green space around this campus. There's green space on Diamond, there's green space on Flagler, and then there's even some trees in between the shopping center. But the power generator currently is located in the middle of the campus. And the new plans would show this new power generator to support the bigger building would be right on the green space on Diamond, which is right across the street from a residential neighborhood. And that's not very considerate, nor is it healthy. So I would just once again like to say to please support the Planning Commission's .50 FAR. And just to note, the community, when we've, corresponded with beach cities, we didn't have a lawyer's note to, kind of maybe threaten them to have it our way or else. So I want to just express to council, I also don't approve that you've been handed a legal note from another agency. So thank you for your time. I respect you. Bye.
May I ask a clarifying question? Yeah. You're a Torrance resident?
Yes, I am.
So you were talking about green spaces. Were you aware of the green line and your council's support of going down the green space of the right-of-way?
You're talking about the metro?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm aware of what the city of Torrance did.
Okay, so that goes down right next to our neighbors.
I'm aware of that.
Okay, I just wanted to ask.
Thank you.
Okay, Phil Sanchez and then Dennis McLean.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council,
After GPAC.
city staff. My name is Phil Sanchez, resident District 4. Forgive me, former planning commissioner. I'm not really used to being on this side of the dais, so I'm a little off kilter here today, but I've had the privilege of working in local government, both in paid and volunteer capacities for over 30 years here in California and outside of California. And it's been my experience with land use designations, particularly institutional designations, that the term institutional designation is typically given to parcels that provide services aimed at the public good. I also recognize that not everyone can benefit from public good of these institutional spaces. And I think of the various houses of worship that are within our city that are institutional. Now, I might be welcomed at every one of these houses of worship, but I certainly cannot fully participate at every one. However, there are land uses that provide services that are available for consumption by everyone in the community. Police, fire, wellness, healthcare. And those uses, those land use designations, I believe need to be kept consistent in terms of FAR. We already know we're a community built out. We talked about it, or staff presented earlier about some of the housing elements and some of that stuff that we're facing. We're a built out community, but we're still required to at least show capacity for additional housing. And if we provide, and if that additional capacity were to happen, that means institutional uses that are available to everyone needs to reflect that added growth. So bottom line, all I'm asking is let's be consistent with our institutional FAR designations, particularly when they're for uses that are available for consumption by everyone: fire, police, healthcare, wellness. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Dennis McLean.
Mayor Light, first of all, before we start the clock, I may actually run more than 3 minutes. I may not. And I just respectfully ask for additional time if necessary.
Up to the council. I don't
Thank
get a
you.
vote.
And first of all, I know this, you're not making a decision about the FAR for Beach Cities Health District tonight.
We are not.
That's very helpful to me and even to my remarks tonight. I support the 1.2 FAR for Beach Cities Health District. I've said that before. What I want to focus on now, knowing that the decision's not going to be made tonight, is something about my view of the financial condition of Beach Cities Health District. As a few of you may know, I'm a CPA. I have more than 20 years of governmental accounting and auditing experience myself, have worked in a public agency nearby. I've taken the time to look at the audited financial statements of the district, the budget of the district. I've looked at the trends of revenue and expenditures for the last 10 years. I've looked at the expected trends of the district for the next several years. In my opinion, there is not a structural deficit, for Beach City's health district. They received an unqualified opinion from their auditors. Their comprehensive annual financial report has actually been recognized both state and federal for its excellence in financial reporting. There's one other thing that I want to focus on. One of the things that I've heard by the opposition is something like property tax revenue, or that, let me start over. Property taxes provide a substantial amount that pay executive salaries that are excessive. What I hope you take away from my comments tonight are property tax revenue for the district is about 30% of its budget, 30% only. 40 to 50% of the revenue sources has been from leases, and here it is, public-private partnership. And that's what's expected on a go-forward basis to continue to provide the programming that the district provides now. So I just wanted to put that context with you. This agency wants to work with you on a go-forward basis. I have the impression, based on what I've heard tonight, the feeling is mutual. If there's anything that I can do to facilitate that, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Kaplan.
Good evening. I really admire the work you do, listening to all these different points of view and giving us the opportunity to speak. I appreciate it. It's a tough job, and you're really good at it. And you have some expertise that's amazing. I wanted to speak about the FAR for beach cities. By way of background, I'm a fellow of the American Heart Association. I'm a fellow of the American Psychological Society. I'm an award winner with my team from the University of Michigan for community-based interventions on preventing poor mental health. And a researcher, I've sat on boards of NIMH, reviewing other people's proposals. So this is kind of exciting for me because I'm retired and I've lived here in Redondo Beach for more than 20 years. And oh, what fun I get to think about things I used to think about. I think I've listened this evening and heard that the issue for me, and I think I'm hearing it in your comments too, is how do we minimize the impact of how we plan things for specific groups who are in specific neighborhoods sometimes, while maximizing the benefit for the larger community. It's a tough question, and I appreciate it. I appreciate the Planning Commission's struggle with that, and it goes on. I wanted to mention, just in terms of my research background, that the comment about blue zones being a fraud, the research that's referred to there has never been published. There have been numerous attempts to get it published. I think it would be something we call in the profession a fraud, and it was picked up by a lot of media without doing the due diligence. Like you folks are saying, we're going to do an environmental impact study, people. So things get to be a flash in the pan. So I'm glad I looked that up, because I thought, oh, that's terrible. And all of the research I've done on stress and well-being has provided consistently in the epidemiological literature lots of evidence that we're all doing the right thing, and you only have to look around at the results of blue zones in reducing depression, cigarette smoking, increasing exercise, so forth and so on. Our restaurant suddenly blossomed when this council got together 25 years ago to establish Beach City's
How much
health
time, how
district.
much more time do you need?
Okay, so I think there's lots of evidence that we are benefiting, and that the question will be, how do we balance these things? And you have all of my hugs and support in doing that.
Thank you. Okay, that's all the cards I have. Anyone else in the audience wish to address the city council at this time? Just come down, walk fast. Pre-stage up front here if you want to talk.
You can come up.
Yeah, you can come up already if you want to talk.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Wayne Craig. I'm a resident of District 1, but I'm also a member of the Planning Commission. That's for our reporter, Garth. We're talking about public institutional land. And there's been a lot of things mentioned tonight about how this was arrived at, who did what, and what was in the minds of those many planning commissioners, as Ms. Poster had said a few weeks ago. Well, it's pretty simple. And I showed examples of, in fact, I actually showed some kind of rather rudimentary Photoshop renderings of what, say, Kensington would look like if it was increased to a 1.25. It would be almost 5 stories tall. I did other example to show what Heritage Point is right now, which is a 1.25. That's a District 4. That's what would be around the area. And I thought that would be helpful for people to see what that would look like. Now, the Planning Commission said, well, is this what we want to have across the city? And we looked at the PI lots and said, you know, I don't think that's going to be a community we really want to have. And so we made the change and say, well, let's look at something that's more reasonable. And that's how the 0.5 came about. Wasn't nefarious, wasn't a big, cabal trying to change things around. That's where it came from. And was based on input from the residents. Now, there's been a lot of question about, well, what's fair? It's not fair to do it for one and this or that. Well, that comes about, we're talking about the police and fire stations versus other PI land. Now, I'll give an example why we think those two services are completely different. For example, we hopefully don't have a super long meeting tonight, but say at 2 in the morning, Councilmember Kalajarovich, when you decide to get up and get a glass of water in your kitchen, you look out the window, your neighbor's house is on fire. What do? You get on the phone. Redondo Fire Department, come on out. My neighbor's house is on fire. Mayor Light, you hear a noise in the garage next door to your house. Look outside, you see some burglarizing your neighbor. What do? You get on the phone. Redondo Police, come on down. My neighbor's being robbed. Now, I cannot, well, I appreciate BCHC and everything you've done. I was born in the hospital where they operate right now, but I cannot think of a time in my life I'm gonna get on the phone and say, operator, give me BCHD. I have an emergency. Where's the boundary of the blue zone or whatever it is I'm gonna call about? That's not gonna happen. Also, the same thing is true with the school district. I'm not gonna get on the phone and say, hey, operator, give me 911. I wanna know where I can get a copy of Catcher in the Rye. My kid's gonna do a book report tomorrow. I mean, I just don't think you understand. They're not the same things. They are different. It's like a game I play with my 6-year-old granddaughter. In those little puzzles, which one of these things are different when you look at a picture? That's really all it is. And that's all it came from. There's nothing nefarious, nothing else going on with this whole thing. And I think if you look at the pictures we had, you would see, as actually Councilmember Lowenstein presented at the council meeting as well. Anyway, thank you for your time.
Can I ask a quick question, Wayne? So You guys knew the current build out at what, 0.77?
Well, it didn't even come up because we were talking about PI. I mean, really, what we were told by staff is we could not go above, I think it was 0.85, if I'm not mistaken. I think that Mr. Scully's nodding his head. Now, we were saying that was the max that we can consider. And
So you didn't know they were at 0.77?
well, we did ask a question about it. We were trying to figure it out. I mean, there were other lots and stuff we pulled up during the
I just
discussion.
wanted to know whether you considered that or not. In your,
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean,
so you
staff had
considered it was 0.77 and you still said 0.5?
well, yeah, because we same for future use. This is what's going on. And right now, I mean, if that property burned down, they could rebuild it. It doesn't prevent them from doing. In fact, if anything, all this is just setting a guideline because the state made us do this. We
Right.
had to come up with a number.
Okay, you answered it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else from the public? And don't feel like you have to wait. You can come down and sit down up front.
Trying to talk fast. Thank you so much for being here. I know there's other things you might rather be watching tonight. I don't know the score. Hi, I'm Ann Wilson. First, I'd like to state my strong support for the 0.5 FAR limit on public institutional land recommended by the Planning Commission, and at the very least, the 0.75 recommended by the GPAC. The updated general plan was studied and put together over a course of 7 years. That should not be swept aside for a special interest. Public land should be responsibly guided by city policy. The first 4 tenets of the Redondo Beach General Plan, its Vision 2050 and guiding principles are quality of life and beach culture, small town feel, community and family, preservation of neighborhoods. These are at the forefront for a reason. The city municipal code tells us that any development on public land should be compatible with the character, mass, and scale of the surrounding neighborhoods. Here's a few reasons why it's important to preserve the current FAR limit for public institutional land. The FAR of 5.0 already affords plenty of room for growth. We've seen the list of 26 PI properties. This FAR limit would afford a doubling and in many cases a tripling of density to PI land. Any exception to this already has a clear path, as we've heard. Allowing an increased level of density and intensity on public institutional land could easily lead to misuse and abuse that would result in permanent damages to the city. We've already seen it years ago when 2 buildings rose to 70 plus. We know what they are, the Delphi and the Ocean Plaza. But now we don't even have to imagine what BCH might do with an increased FAR. We've actually seen their master plan. The planning department has seen it. A pre-CUP CUP was applied to the city, and guess what? It flunked on nearly every checklist item, with 76 does not comply as the total. It did not pass the intent of the general plan, the city's municipal code, or the design review requirements. The municipal code requirements and design review guidelines that any project is required to meet are clear. Ensure compatibility, protect property values. The location of buildings and structures shall respect the natural terrain of the site. Design shall be integrated and compatible with the neighborhood. Be in harmony with the scale and bulk of surrounding properties, and so on. The 0.5 FAR defines that fine balance between substantive growth while preserving open space. It adds protections for the city, the environment, and the residents. Increasing the FAR would set a dangerous and permanent precedence for overdevelopment on public land now and in the future. Again, the state is mandating almost impossible housing requirements. It is simply irresponsible for anyone, especially a public health district, to call for this extreme building density and intensity for themselves and for all public land. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Nick.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Nick Biro, District 5, former chair of GPAC, and I can assure you we did not discuss a 0.75 FAR for Beach Cities Health District. I know that I'll keep my comments brief. You've heard a lot this evening. I will urge you not to certify this, the EIR this evening, and to keep the meeting going and to wait until the addendum for the 1.25 EIR, the addendum for the 1.25 FAR be prepared and be included and be considered later. Thank you.
Anyone else from the public?
Can't speak to
You already talked, didn't you, on this one?
I'd like to make a
You can't, you already spoke, sir, I'm sorry. Eugene?
Good evening, members of the council, Mr. Mayor, city staff, Eugene Solomon, GPAC survivor.
You guys need shirts.
We got horseshoes. Wendy got us horseshoes. I'm conflicted a little bit here tonight, I have to say. The whole idea of the FAR, it's not about the FAR, it's the business model. That's what this issue is. Corollary without causation. There is no FAR now. There was an attempt by the Beach City Health District to partner with a private party, P3. It didn't work out. There's no FAR right now. So the idea that we have a cap on the FAR or no FAR, the 1.25 versus the 0.75 is non sequitur. It's corollary without causation, that we're going to lose these services. It's like saying that ice cream sales increase shark attacks. No, they both happen in the summertime. More ice cream sales, more shark attacks. That's corollary without causation. And we're being led to believe that it's going to be the cities at fault for this organization's failure to secure private-public partnership by adopting a 0.75 FAR. And it's just not the case. I heard a lot about the numbers, so let's talk about the numbers. I volunteer for the health district. I did in Intergenerational Study Council. I do now for the Finance Committee. In our June Finance Committee meeting, we talked about long-term financial planning. For the 24-25 next year budget, the financial planning had to cover a shortfall of $529,000 projected. The 25-26 had to cover a shortfall of $1.15 million. 26-27 to cover a shortfall of $2.191 million. The goal, as stated in the slide, was to find $1 million for 24-25 towards balancing the next 3-year budget. It's not about the FAR, it's about the business model. Alcove. Alcove has about $11 million, $10.8 million in grant funding. Current Alcove Beach City grant funding, $10.836 million. The shortfall between the grant funding per year and what the health district covers is $742,000 for 24-25. That is less than 5% of the $16 million operating budget. It's not about the FAR, it's about the business model. Other funding for the Alcove, currently reimbursable, Medi-Cal, private insurance, wellness coaches, peer specialists, fee schedules, all reimbursable services that the Alcove provides. It's not about the FAR, it's about the business model. Long-term financial strategy, how to cover the gap. Cash, land, sale of buildings, debt financing, P3, that's the third-party public-private partnership.
Want to extend or?
Yes.
Motion to extend.
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Second.
Yes, the Beach Cities Health District has public-private partnerships. They couldn't make it work with P3 for other reasons than the FAR. That's established because otherwise they would have the deal. Other private partnerships that they have do provide quite a bit of funding. There is the Sunrise Assisted Living in Hermosa Beach. There is Leap and Bound on Pacific Coast Highway at 601 South. Venice Family Clinic, 2114 Artesia. Adventureplex, 1701 Marine. None of those are at this location. There are other available public-private partnerships to raise funds other than this location. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to address this item? Anybody online?
Yes. I have Amber Guerrera. Go ahead. Hello?
Hello?
Hi there. Good evening. On behalf of Venice Family Clinic, I support a uniform 1.25 floor area ratio for Beach City's Health District and all public institutions. Venice Family Clinic is a nonprofit community health center that provides a variety of mental health services and resources at all Beach Cities, including helping young people process their trauma, manage disordered thinking, and make productive decisions about their future. So, we believe that restricting the FAR to 0.5 puts funding for current and future integrated health services at risk. Therefore, we just hope that you reconsider a more fair FAR and, continue supporting Beach City's health district. Thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else?
Next person is Mark Nelson.
Hello, Mark.
I'm on.
You're on.
All right, first off, Beach City's EIR is irrelevant. It covers the Beach City site and one project. That project happened to be a FAR 1.95, so we really need to think that one through anyway. It doesn't cover the FAR increase to all PI, so you can throw away their EIR. Beach Cities is pretty litigious. They have spent $3 million of their $14 million budget for the Healthy Living Campus on lawyers. So you're just part of the collateral damage to that. If it really is public space, then they need to quit calling it program space. They need to call it public open space, period. Let's see. Beach Cities, during their own EIR, we have a Public Records Act request when we asked them if they could value the community benefit of their programs. And they responded, we have no obligation nor ability to value the community benefit. So you can cross that one off your list as well. I did think it was rich when Tom Backley said that we don't believe the city's being responsive. Hey, Tom, 7 years, we've been thinking that too, as the surrounding neighborhoods. Let's see what else we got on the list. I think as we have all heard, the condemnation was for residents who reside within the district. So it wasn't for 80% non-resident assisted living, 91% non-resident alcove service territory with a 30-year obligation. So Beach Cities took in $172 million liability to run the place for 30 years for SPA 8 in return for $6.3 million to build a building. I mean, 30-1, bad decision. Yes, and they're recognized by state and federal trade associations that they pay about $100,000 a year to in order to belong. So I don't really think much of that. Yes, 33% of the revenue is from property tax. 50% is from renting out land and buildings that were paid for by taxpayers. So let's not forget who owns the land and owns the buildings. It's not some mythical Beach Cities, it's taxpayers. So 80 to 90% of their revenue comes straight from taxpayers. Last thing, Beach Cities did pay a couple $100,000 a year to the GPAC chair. So Beach Cities should have known fully well that the 0.75 FAR was in place about 2019. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
That concludes the Zoom. For e-comments, we had 46, 9 support, 34 oppose, 1 neutral, and then 1 didn't make a comment.
Okay.
For the record.
Thank you. So, just to clarify for everyone, what was studied in the EIR for the PI? Was it one consistent or was there 2, and what were those numbers?
Sorry, I was starting up the microphone. So 0.85 was identified as the FAR in the EIR. However, the environmental impacts, the way it's calculated, it's not only associated with the floor area ratio, it's also based on the use, number of employees anticipated and trips associated with those employees. So there's assumptions that go into evaluating what the potential impacts would be. FAR is just one aspect of evaluating that. There's other considerations such as the land use, the anticipated land use of the site.
And is there, with the way the EIR is written today, can we assume or assign a higher far to one site like BCHD or another?
So I'd like to turn it to Mark T, who should be with us virtually. But before I do that, I'll just say, so we identified that in the staff report. We do, after taking a closer look at the EIR and studying this and some of the assumptions that were made, we do believe that there really is some tolerance there. There's a range of 0.85 to 1.0. That said, the city council did direct staff to evaluate the process for potentially accommodating 1.25, in which case it would likely be an addendum or potentially a supplemental EIR. But we should have that's the results of that study completed within the next few weeks.
But we can't start that without approving the EIR?
So because it's an addendum, it comes post-certification, correct?
Okay, thanks. Councilmember Obaji.
That was gonna be my question. When might we get that analysis about the 1.2 FAR, 1.25 FAR?
The goal is to get it within, preferably by the end of the month, end of November, that is. I will say that most of the attention has been focused on preparing this EIR for certification, and there's been a lot that's involved with that. So once the council takes action on this document, or even prior to that, the plan is to move forward with that additional analysis for the Beach Cities Health site.
And we have somewhat of a time crunch to get the certified housing element, our housing element adopted, approved with the EIR, correct?
We do, correct.
All right, so Mr. City Manager, what's your recommendation at this time?
Well, I think there's one specific comment in the letters that I think staff, evidence, and others would perhaps disagree with, but there's a suggestion that perhaps public agencies weren't provided the written proposed response 10 days prior to considering certification of the EIR, which is tonight. I think I would disagree with that. I think there were comments tonight that would disagree with that premise, but that's a fairly easy concern to remedy, providing public agencies additional time to consider our final written responses. So my suggestion would be to continue the public hearing tonight to next week, the 5th, prior to considering final certification of the EIR. As painful as an additional several hours, which I suspect will be very similar public comment will be, that would be our suggestion tonight. Just a couple of points to make. We are not, the FAR at PI sites has been the vast majority of what we've been discussing. The CEQA document does not implement the FAR policy. That's going to be a secondary consideration made by council after the conclusion of all of our various environmental analysis. So I think there's a disconnect among maybe the members of the public and others about what our actions are associated with the EIR. The EIR is a study. It's not the actual implementing decision. Tonight's items considered the general plan EIR in its totality and subsequent policy decisions associated with the implementation of our 6th cycle housing element. That was it. As Mark has made clear, it's proposed that secondary consideration would be made for other elements in the general plan, not directly related to our housing element implementation.
So would BCHD fall for that part, not the EIR, but for the land uses? Is that under the housing element part, or is that under the?
We're considering that as a phase 2 decision for the council. So you will.
And that would go to a DD vote?
That would go to a DD vote, correct.
Actually, right now, both of them have to. Unless RV passes, right?
I'm not sure that's certain. I think there's, given case law and state mandates, there's some debate about that.
But so hopefully RV passes, and that's very clear, but, right?
Well,
that's another topic.
Yeah, another topic. But it would be our suggestion that I believe we continue this hearing to the 5th. And then you consider the recommendations that were made as part of the written staff report and were provided to the public last week.
Thank you for that. Let me just share my perspective on this. BCHD is and it's land over there that is part of our general plan, is a public entity that taxpayers have paid into, and it's taxpayer-owned land. I don't believe in limiting the value of taxpayer, funded and taxpayer-owned land. I wouldn't want to do anything that essentially caused them their demise, which they say, and I'll accept at face value because I trust them as partners in the community, that 0.75, 0.5 would really cause them demise and require them to go this ballistic route of suing the city and the like. With that said, it's clear that we're not going to be able to get approved at final EIR that considers a 1.25 FAR for the Beach Cities Health District property by next week, or maybe even 2 weeks from then, or 3 weeks from then. It's going to have to be a decision that occurs at some later point in time, at which time the council will consider whether to go that route and increase the FAR on that property to 1.25. If in the meantime, however, after we certify this EIR, whenever that is, including giving you extra time to consider it, the Beach Cities Health District decides to sue the city of Redondo Beach, I will tell you, our partnership will be out the window because you will be suing the residents of the city of Redondo Beach. You will be bleeding the pockets of the residents of the city of Redondo Beach and causing us unnecessary legal fees when we have given you every indication of reason to trust this council and every indication of moving in the direction that you'd like us to move. So I'll make a motion to continue the public hearing to next week.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Nils, you have your hand up. Anything? quick?
Yeah, it's just city manager or Madam City Attorney. In light of all the comments that were made tonight, factual things given with comments, what people say, right, and their testimony, you still recommend to delay versus being able to move forward?
I think out of an abundance of caution, I heard comments, I think specific, Mr. Backley mentioned that he felt that the district has been properly noticed through this process. I would agree with that assessment. That is not the statement that's made in the comment letter provided by the legal counsel for the health district. And there might be differing opinions on that matter and specifics associated with that particular comment. So again, I think it's an easy issue to address procedurally. We take the extra week, continue the hearing, and I think there's really no concern with that raised comment at that time. So out of abundance of caution, I would suggest we continue.
Before I call the vote, I do want to.
Hold on, I'm asking for the city attorney to.
Okay, quick, no. Please.
No. It's all right, and it always.
It's your decision. It's the council decision whether you want to continue the hearing or not. But if you want to take a more conservative approach, then it would be to continue the hearing. But it's really the council's decision.
Anything else? Councilman Aaron?
I've always up for public comment and hearing more. I feel we're frustrating the public though with not moving forward, and we've heard a lot, and I think the concerns have been heard and addressed. So I wouldn't be in favor of it. Yeah, but I see the motion on the floor and understand.
I do think we've heard ad infinitum, the two sides, and I haven't heard anything new tonight that we haven't heard a zillion times before. So I would hope next time we don't hear those same comments and the public rely that we understand and we heard all the comments, all the letters, all the emails. So regurgitating it again and again isn't really helping either side. I do agree out of an abundance of caution with the letter we got that it is prudent to wait one more week just to assure we met the proper timelines. And that, that's one thing that's taken off the plate. So I actually support the motion. So I'm going to,
Can we just add for the public that we will not be selecting an FAR at the next meeting? No FAR for BCHD at the next meeting. They will still be FAR free. All right, thank you.
but the EIR will be studied at a.
Yeah,
Can we restate the motion again, please?
motion to continue the public hearing
until
next week.
Until next week.
November 5th.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Calling the vote. All for?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, so we're.
Break. Let's get done.
Okay, let's see. Any city manager items? Negative? Okay. Mayor and council items. Item P1, I do have a recommendation before the council for the 2 appointments that are open on the Housing Authority. There were only 2 applications that were viable. There is I think there's a typo in this, Bob? Outside. We can hear you.
We can still hear you.
Yeah. I think there's a typo in the staff report. Jason is from District 1, and I think it said District 2.
Yeah, that was supposed to be changed.
But other than that, I'm very pleased to put Jason forward because
He's amazing.
he's an amazing guy. If any of you went to the ribbon cutting at Moonstone, he was very articulate. If you read the Easy Reader article, and his whole reason, he approached me and said, I want to give back. And he sent me that appeal. So I asked for the council's support in approving.
He couldn't be a better fit. So.
Yeah, approving the 2 people I put forward for the Housing Authority.
Motion to approve your recommendations for the housing authorities.
Second.
Any other discussion?
And I have no comments.
Any public
Or no
wish to
Zoom.
address the Housing Authority appointments? Okay, with that, I will call the vote. All for?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, so ordered.
Did we do referrals to staff?
We're going to do that now.
Next.
We just did P, we're going to Q. So mayor and council referrals to staff. Councilmember Naranjo.
Yeah, I got a couple. So we have holiday season coming up. I'd like for us to have a resolution to support Small Business Week this year. We have never done that before. I think it's very
Give me the
important.
date, what the week is? Do you know?
I believe it's the Saturday after Thanksgiving. So I'd like to make a motion to have a resolution to support small business
Second.
and have that come back in the, second meeting or third meeting?
Okay, all for?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Also, I almost missed it today. We need to have an AB 1234 compliance. Yes, that's an actual state law, AB 1234. We need to get that on the agenda. How are we going to be able to do that so that we are in compliance with AB 1234? Do we need to just add a section for that? I know other cities add a section, AB 1234 section. That way we can report that, and staff needs to report that as well, publicly as well, verbally, in addition to the travel reports. I know we've talked about it before.
Yeah, we can certainly have a discussion on 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, we talk about the primer, and I think some of that has to do with public reporting requirements. You can connect that with public hearings and things of that nature as well. But we can have a general discussion on AB 1, 2, 3, 4 and our policies associated with that, or our practices, I should say, associated with that.
It's real simple. Other cities do it properly. They have a section, and it's a verbal report, even including staff when they go on trips, and we don't do that. We need to make sure we're on top of it. So I'd make a motion to have an AB 1234 compliance discussion in December, January. December's usually pretty light and quick.
Is that AB 1234?
AB 1234 is state law. AB 1234 is an actual law. It's a reporting requirement that we have to verbally, as elected officials and staff, verbally report to the public whenever we take a trip, such as Cal Cities, Independent Cities, Sacramento, that the taxpayers pay for, right? So whether it's for any reason whatsoever, any type of travel events and tickets and we get compensated, but the taxpayers pay for it. And many other cities have a whole section in their agenda just so that they can report that publicly.
I'll second that.
And yeah,
Motion and a second, all for
We
it?
want to have a discussion on it.
we have to have a discussion
Or
before
a
action.
briefing on what our
Briefing.
protocols would be.
Yeah, it's a simple agenda addition to it. Yeah.
All for it?
Well, is that required if the city
Yes.
manager knows?
There's training. I mean, there are lots of different ways to tackle this,
training.
but we can certainly provide kind of resources associated with that. We can talk about how we would structure our agenda or other reporting out functions as part of our meeting operations. We can talk about that holistically as part of the item.
Sure, just get some briefing from the city attorney
We,
office.
we need, what?
No, we would need to also have the city attorney, any briefing from the city attorney.
From the city attorney. He's not here though right now.
Yeah, I know.
Can we? Wow.
Discussion.
It's just a civil discussion.
Vote no, aye.
Aye.
All against?
That's the city attorney.
Abstaining?
Fine, aye.
I just don't,
It's fine, just vote no.
So you can vote no. It's
No,
okay.
I mean,
You can say no.
just.
Just dare to say no.
I
No.
don't,
Save
you
you what
could
you
just
for.
read something,
No,
but.
all right, 4-1.
Okay. Anything else, Councilmember?
No, that's it.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Two things. One, when are we bringing back the electronic signage ordinance?
Oh,
I think the Harbor Commission kicked it around at their maybe last meeting. I think the text amendments are in process. So after we're done with general plan, it's a community development item.
So.
December, I think we could probably say.
Okay, all right, okay. The other things, I think I can ask you this independently, but how do I get to adjourn somebody's memory? Can I do it now, or do I do it later?
Yeah, you can do it now, or you can tell us offline if there's somebody in
Yeah, Jack
particular.
Epstein,
Oh,
long time.
long time Redondo resident. That was a good
Redondo
call.
Let's just do it tonight.
Okay.
No.
Well, I
We
want
want
his-
to do official, get the
Put it on the
thing
agenda.
Yeah,
properly.
okay,
It's not.
I agree.
that's it.
Anything else?
That's it. Thank you.
Councilmember College-Rich.
Yeah, Perry Park, I have gotten several requests for improvements at the field there. I'm sure Councilman Obaji has too.
They've already been filling the holes, and they plan to sequester the field when there's a gap and redo the sod and all
I've
that.
been told maybe there's more work that's needed there to actually like close the field or something for a period of time.
Well, there's always, I mean, it depends on the level of turf that we want to seek to maintain. You could do, true restorative maintenance would close the turf for 2-week or 4-week period to,
Right.
but there's a level to,
I just think I guess I want to make the point that it needs some serious attention.
and we're talking about the field turf.
Yeah, there were guys out there this week, or it was last week,
Last week, yeah.
like Thursday, filling the holes. The Gophers have attacked it pretty badly, so.
I'll follow up with staff, see where we're at with maintenance. Fall is the fall sports season is pretty rough on the interior, the two fields there.
But I'm sure you walked it.
I actually didn't walk it. I spoke to a guy who walked it. I asked my client, he walked it, and then I got pictures, but.
It's precarious.
what's precarious?
The baseball field at Perry Park.
What about it?
The actual field, there's gopher holes everywhere. It's very uneven. We've got kids playing all kinds of sports there, whether it's popcorn or football or baseball. If it's so uneven that it becomes dangerous, I want to make sure.
My
that we're
understanding
addressing
was my client was going to confer with community services as to what time.
Yes.
they could
We're
close the
talking about
field
this
off,
too much.
so,
It's a
yeah.
referral or it's not?
I think staff can handle it.
Perfect.
Unless,
Perfect.
let's talk with them. We
Anything
can
else?
talk about
No,
it.
that's it.
Councilmember Obaji.
No, none. Thank you.
Councilmember Barron.
I do have a BRR for a shade structure, Dale Page, Mr. City Manager, AKA the Wizard.
The wizard.
There were baseball days where that phrase was used, Wizard of Fresno.
There was also a reference to your skirts, but
No comments.
Wizards have
We're not going
skirts.
there.
Wizards do have skirts.
I have a question first. Where, since this predates me, Where's the city at on establishing code, rules of conduct for these meetings?
I think it's in progress, and I think it'll,
So we don't need a referral to staff?
no, it's an
But
outstanding
We did hear about that
referral.
at Cal Cities, and I feel like we're exposed. There were multiple sessions on that, and I just feel like we're exposed without having rules of conduct. There's things, I mean, potentially, like tonight, that people are talking about stuff that's not in our jurisdiction. Technically, we shouldn't be hearing that, right?
I think that referral is underway. It's a matter of
So
calendaring.
Okay, yeah, I'll drop it there.
And I was at every one of those sessions, some with the mayor, so, okay.
Okay, with that, I think that's everything. So I will be out the next 2 weeks, so Mayor Pro Tem Halijarovich will be taking the helm here.
Can't wait to do another public hearing. Let's
So with that,
Motion
can
to
I?
adjourn.
Motion to adjourn? We got a motion and a second, all four? Okay, thanks, everybody.
I smell conspiracy.